Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, la sala está llena de gente, cuerpos sudorosos acá. La pista está hirviendo, pero te destaca, mamá, brillando como una estrella. Mira qué bonita está, escucha el coro, mamita, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, siempre un paso para adelante, después un paso para atrás. Ahora te suelto, mamita, muévete con el ritmo que va. Sandunguera, te estoy llamando, mira qué bonita estás. Escucha el coro de nuevo que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. ¡Ay! Sandunguera linda, vamos a bailar tú y yo. ¡Ay, qué sabroso! Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Vamos a gozar. Muévete, sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. ¡Ay, repítelo! Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. ¡Ay, vamos a guarachar, mamá! Sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Oye, mira, mami, vamos a gozar, vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Juntos tú y yo en la pista, mami. Vamos a guarachar. Ahora estamos tú y yo en la pista. Vamos a gozar. Ay, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó. Vamos a guarachar. Muévete bien, chiquita. Vamos a gozar. Mueve tu cuerpo y tu cinturita. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, el ritmo te está llamando ahora. Vamos a gozar. Este ritmo es para guarachar, señora. Vamos a guarachar. Ay, camina con el mambo ahí. Vamos a gozar. Si mamá Guerrera, oye, Lola. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Ay, qué rico está, qué rico. Vamos a guarachar. Sí, sabroso, qué rico está. Vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Muévete, mami. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Sabroso. Oye, muéstrame tu tierra, mami. Vamos, vaya. Bueno, mira. Oye, llévame al campo, la tierra donde naciste. Carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplarte en la sierra, contemplarte en los valles, y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira de nuevo. tierra. Escucha.
Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será.
Siempre la será, mamá.
Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará.
Óyelo bien, mamita.
Y siempre la será.
Siempre la será,
Aquí
oye.
es tu tierra y siempre la recordará.
Siempre la recordará.
Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será.
Vamos para allá, mamita linda.
Tierra y siempre la
Vamos,
recordará.
vamos para allá, mamá.
Tierra y siempre la será.
Siempre la será, oye.
Tierra y siempre la recordará.
Camina, como dicen.
Tierra y siempre la será.
Siempre la será,
Tierra
mamá.
y siempre la recordará.
La tierra.
Tierra, tierra,
Free. Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita.
tierra, tierra,
Siempre será tu tierra.
tierra, tierra.
Camina para allá, camina.
Siempre aquí estará.
La, 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 la. Oye.
Siempre aquí estará. Siempre aquí estará.
Fui pa allá, pa. Suena la trompeta ahí.
Siempre aquí estará.
Ay, qué rico.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in files?
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Years, and the Obama and Biden administration did nothing to look at his work, his pedophile network. If you want to blame me, that's fine.
Yo, yo, yo! What up, what up, what up, what up? Just give me a sec, folks. Thank you for the sub. Bow, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. see what you said, though. Assuming the Dems win the midterms, what are things they could do to investigate and prosecute illegal stuff? We can talk about that today. It's me playing guitar. Jimmy! We got Jimmy here. Jimmy in the building. What up, what up, what up? Yo, Josiah. Is this an episode of Live and Learn, or am I just happy to see you? Rest now, brother. This song is called Formentara. Jimmy Raynar. How are we all doing, folks? Happy Thursday. Is it Thursday already? Are you having fun yet? Hope everyone is doing well today. Yesterday was a dark day for the Republic. And I'm assuming if you're all coming in, yeah, what about that time when Grandma walked in on me? We got to get that guy back at some point so he can give us more masturbation stories. That was really, it's really cool to use the call-in time to just talk about all your childhood trauma. I don't have a live playlist yet, but I'll put one up eventually. Hope you guys are doing well. What was I just saying? Dark day, darker nights. And you see, when you come after Jimmy, and when you silence Jimmy, you were going after the comedian. You're not going to like what's behind him. You're not going to like what we have in store. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. No, but in all seriousness, the Jim Bobs of the world. Are there any Jimmys in the chat right now? If you're a Jimmy right now, you know, make yourself known if you care to. I'm not telling you to dox yourself. But if you are a Jimmy or if you know a Jimmy, thank you so much for the sub. I'll unmute alerts. Yesterday, we had some very generous donations and subs. So I really appreciate you guys subbing, all that stuff. But yeah, any Jimmies in the chat? Any Jimmies? Jimothy's? He was a laughing, smiling guy, yeah. When I was a young lad, I got curious and I put in the gel candle my grandma had in the restroom. I ruined the candle. Jesus, dupes. Okay, so I'm going to make this stream in honor of the Jimmies. The only Jimmy I know is Jimmy Johns. And so this goes out to all the Jimmies, but especially the Kimster. All right. My job is going to be to give you a little bit of surrounding context and to debunk some of these lame talking points. Because you got a lot of them. It's those guys in the replies who think that they're like making an argument, making a good argument. But really, they're just full of shit. And so I'm going to give you the lay of the land. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on and why I think, and I should encourage y'all not to panic, not to catastrophize. I think it's bad, right? Shit's fucked up. What do you want me to say? But we got to remember that part of winning this is success over a long term. And so you got to stay frosty and stay funny, stay ironic, humorous. Don't give up that laughing spirit that Jimmy so often provides and provided to us during his time at ABC. Just give me one sec. Put this here, this over here. I'll put this right here. Okay. So Why don't I just play the monologue? That is the start of all this. Allegedly. This is an unrelated picture.
Shirts and stuff tonight. It is unseasonably sweltering here in Los Angeles. It's hot, right, Guillermo?
Yeah, mucho caliente, mucho hot.
That means, for our bilingual viewers, that means it's hot.
It's hot, mucho caliente, yes.
Right. But even though the air is thick with humidity, we can breathe a little easier tonight because Donald Trump is out of the country. He is.
We'll get to this.
Our parents left the house. Trump is in the UK, or as he has to be reminded not to call it, the UC. Paddington Unbearable is in England for an official visit with the royal family. Wait till he finds out tea time has nothing to do with golf. He's going to be very upset. The royals are expected to greet the president and first lady tomorrow, but some clever Brits are already rolling out, well, I wouldn't call it a red carpet exactly, but rather a King Kong-sized photo of Trump with his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. This is right.
All right. So far, just some like basic Trump bashing. I mean, we get it, right? Jimmy is he's an anti-Trump kind of guy, and Jimmy and all right, 1 second, folks. I have a delivery. Just give me a second. What I don't understand is they call me to tell me that it arrived, and then like 2 minutes later I have to go and actually get it. Why don't they just arrive? Like, okay, I get it, but like, why not just arrive and I'll know you're here because you're here. Okay. Typical Trump bashing liberal, and they've had spats before.
Windsor Castle, where the Trumps will be staying. Melania, don't look out the window. You don't want to. That sign, which, by the way, really put Kinko's to the test, is especially timely because this trip he's taking was planned by the UK ambassador to Washington, a guy named Peter Mandelson, who was fired last week when they found out he wrote one of the letters in the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book, which means Pete will not be there for the visit he planned, which is too bad. He and Trump would have had a lot of gross things to talk about.
So a little bit of Epstein shit, you know, everything, like everyone can do a little Epstein posting.
This morning, Trump warmed up for his date with the British press by yelling at a reporter from Australia who dared to ask about the billions of dollars he's been raking in since the election.
President Trump said a president in office should be engaged in so much.
Okay, 1 sec. This is it. And yes, when I said delivery, I did have a specific thing. And yes, today I decided not to get it myself in honor of Jimmy. And yes, you already know what it is. So I don't want anyone to shame me because today I decided to order it. And if you do shame on you. All right, let's get back.
Business activity.
Well, I'm really not. My kids are running the business. I'm here. You know what the activity, where are you from?
I'm from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, Born and
Well, the Australians, you're hurting Australia, right? In my opinion, you are hurting Australia very much right now. And they want to get along with me. You know, your leader is coming over to see me very soon. I'm going to tell them about you.
I'm going to tell on you, says Donald Trump. And this was all the kind of aftermath of the Charlie Kirk bullshit. By Charlie Kirk bullshit, I mean this industrial cancel culture, which is, I'll tell on you. I'll tell on Starbucks. I'll tell on fucking Home Depot, Home Office Supply Depot, Office Depot. I'll tell on the Australian government. I'll tell. Have you ever seen a bigger bunch of fucking babies? It's a bunch of whinging losers who can't handle anyone disagreeing with them or not paying sufficient homage to dear Saint Charlie Kirk. Well, we don't pray to Charlie Kirk in this stream. We pray to one God, Saint Jimmy.
You said a very bad tone. Go ahead, John.
What a little tattletale he is. I mean, you're going to tell his prime minister on him? I'm going to tell him you said mean things and you're going to be in trouble. He needs to make a decision. You want to be a dictator or just a dick? Because you can't. He also spent some time bragging about his $200 million ballroom again. He said it's going to be the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world. Oh.
And remember, of course, when Donald Trump was asked, hey, how are you feeling about this? I'm very sorry about Charlie Kirk. You knew him. How are you feeling about this? I'm doing good. Anyway, look over here. These trucks are really something, aren't they? Bringing in all this shit for my ballroom. This motherfucker doesn't give one shit about Charlie Kirk dying. This guy cares less about Charlie Kirk dying than you care about Babu Freak. He doesn't give a shit. It is all a pretext. Pretext.
How exhilarating for all of us. He's so excited for these balls, he can taste them. Trump claims he's going to pay for some of the cost of the ballroom as a gift to us, which, thank you very much. We'll never be in it, but thank you very much. And he's already figured out where to get the money. Trump today became the first president to sue the New York Times. He's suing the New York Times for $15 billion for defamation. $15 billion. Where does he even come up? These are like numbers my children make up when they're talking about money. I thought he said the New York Times was...
Oh, by the way, yeah, that's what he says. Like, the terrorists have won us over how many $1 trillion? Like, the dude is just confabulated now. This 80-year-old decrepit little guy, like $20 bajillion. Remember that Austin Powers clip? It's like 1 million, kafillion, da-da-da-dillion. Hang on, I'll show. What's this? Hang on.
1 billion, gajillion, fifillion, million.
Is failing. He thinks they have $15 billion. How much would he sue for if he thought they were doing well? Trump announced the suit this morning. He wrote, today I have the great honor of bringing a $15 billion defamation and libel lawsuit against the New York Times, one of the worst and most degenerate newspapers in the history of our country. The Times has engaged in a decades-long method of lying about your favorite president, me, my family business, the America First movement, MAGA, and our nation as a whole. The New York Times has been allowed to freely lie, smear, and defame me for far too long, and that stops now. And then he follows it with, this suit is being brought in the great state of Florida. Uh-oh. And will be heard by Judge Dog the Bounty Hunter, my New York home team. Trump is,
Okay, St. Jimmy's jokes sometimes need a little work.
He won't win this. And the New York Times won't settle. Trump says the Times is wrong.
But that's kind of their whole stick. They're groaners, all right? It's like, huh. It's like, that's, you're not really laughing. You're like, huh.
By a bunch of lefties. He claims they're a mouthpiece for the Democrats. And I have to say, I did do today's Wordle, and I don't know if you did, but he might be right. Besides how ridiculous it is, this might be one of the funniest legal documents I've ever seen. It's quite a tongue bath. One page lists Trump's, quote, hundreds of history-making media appearances, including WrestleMania 5, All My Children, Ghost Can't Do It, 2 Weeks' Notice, Days of Our Lives, Miss USA, Miss Universe, The Ali G Show, Marmalade, and much, much more. This is quite a resume. You know he met Melania on 90 Day Fiancé. In addition to the Times, he's also filing another frivolous lawsuit against the publisher and authors of this book, Lucky Loser, How Donald Trump Squandered His Father's Fortune and Created the Illusion of Success. A book I had never heard of until today, but will now be ordering for every member of my family. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it'll...
Okay, St. Jimmy, you know, it's not for us. It's not for us, but we still love St. Jimmy.
It'll become a New York Times bestseller, and you could sue them both again. And it's not just writers the president's trying to silence. He's ordered our national parks to remove a number of signs and exhibits related to slavery. He's rewriting history in the United States.
Rewriting, huh?
Under Donald Trump, slaves will be referred to as tourists who volunteer to help white people do stuff. No, that was a joke. That wasn't. It's not real. You never know, right? I mean, he's also sending the National Guard into Memphis, where crime is at a 25-year low. What's going to be? What will happen when we actually need the National Guard? Will we have to call in the Eagle Scouts? Meanwhile, many in MAGA land are working very hard to capitalize on the murder of Charlie Kirk. Yesterday, J.D. Vance, who himself famously called Donald Trump America's Hitler, hosted the Charlie Kirk podcast from the White House, where he pointed his little mascara-stained finger directly at the left.
While our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most...
I can't even like look at his face, by the like it's. Do you guys ever get this with JD? Like you look at his face, it doesn't even like. It's hard to focus my eyes on his face. Maybe that's like the point of the eyeliner or whatever. You ever see Semi-Pro where they do the fucking war paint or whatever? My eyes have a hard time like adjusting to see his face.
Of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left.
Right. And by statistical fact, he means complete bullshit. Is what he means.
So this is talking about the
that Department of Justice
Charlie Kirk.
just removed a study that showed white supremacy and violence from far-right groups is the greatest source of domestic terror and extremist violence in the United States. Here's a question J.D. Vance might be able to answer. Who wanted to hang the guy who was vice president before you? Was that the liberal left or the toothless army who stormed the Capitol on January 6th? The president and his henchmen are doing their best to fan the flames so they can, I guess, attack people on the dangerous left. Which is it? Are they a bunch of sissy pickleball players because they're too scared to get hit by tennis balls, or a well-organized, deadly team of commandos? Because they can't be both of those things. There's a guy on Newsmax, which if you haven't seen it, is really funny. It's like a low-rent Fox News. There's a guy named Carl Higbie, who at first glance you would think is a comedian playing a right-wing news anchor. Sadly, he is all real.
Live,
like my conservative brothers and sisters, it is us versus them. They will never get along with us, but they want us to show tolerance for them while they just scream and insult us. Done. We're not doing that anymore. We're not taking it anymore. I have no interest.
I love this, by the way. It's the same thing we should deploy for Jimmy. It's like we're done with this. We tried reasoning with you, but you silenced Jimmy. Now something else has to happen. That's literally what these people are saying, by the way, in response to, and this is an example of it, but there are many, many, many more. To a man, all of the right-wing influencers are saying things, sinister shit like this. I got a DM. Maybe I should out this person because they have like 16,000 followers. Should I out this person? Maybe I should. It's an unhinged thing that they send me. It was in response to, it's some like Twitch streamer named, fuck it, I'll just post it. Okay, posted it. One second. I'll bring it up for you guys. One sec. I don't even know if this person's like famous. I just searched Kash Patel, by the way. So this person just ats me with my tweet. Says, "Are you willing to fight and die over this opinion? Because we are." It's sinister shit like this, you know?
In tolerating your views because, you guys are radical. My mother-in-law is banned from my house.
That came out of nowhere. His mother-in-law isn't even a Democrat. He just doesn't like her. It's just a... Boy, what a difference an election makes. 2 years ago, these meatheads couldn't shut up about the First Amendment. Now they want to skip right to the second. Elon Musk, who was so angry about conservative voices being silenced that he bought Twitter and turned it into excrement, said, the left is the party of murder. And Eric Trump was on Fox and Friends waxing poetic about Charlie Kirk's relationship with his dad.
If you look at where he's created and the movement that he's built today, it's exactly what he described to me 10 years ago. And he became, obviously, dear friends with Don's. He became, you know, that's right, probably a second son to my father.
Wait, I thought you were the second son to your father. I mean, I'm starting to feel bad for Eric. This poor guy might need somebody to adopt him. In Washington today, the Senate Judiciary Committee grilled FBI Director Kash Patel.
It's an honor to be here with you today.
Dude, Patel was unhinged in these hearings. Look at how shitty he put his tie on. So his tie's like barely on. This is a Liverpool FC tie. Could you be any more cringe? And he's like yelling at senators, representatives, calling them pedophiles.
As the 9th director of the FBI, to bring this fugitive to justice. We have also arrested, this may be the most important part, about...
Why does he always look like this?
to face charges at the same time last year. Ongoing investigations, that crime's free, and we're going to keep going.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Jamie.
The Kash Patel Senate hearings brought to you by Flonase.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Seasonal and serious. So Patel was summoned to explain why they refused to release the Epstein files they promised to release. He was dodgy, sketchy, sniffy, combative, and just unpleasant overall. He couldn't even answer a question from fellow Republican John Kennedy.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
Forget yesterday. How about tomorrow? We would take... He still has no explanation for why they won't release the files, and no explanation for why Epstein's primary accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, was suddenly transferred to a country club prison after meeting with Trump's lawyer. Eventually, though, frustration boiled over, and Senator Cory Booker didn't just grill Patel, he flame-broiled him live in front of everyone.
Here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight here.
Yikes. Jesus, Cory.
Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
They're all fucking... Okay, this is kind of crazy.
And he grounded him for 2 weeks with no TV. The House Oversight Committee today released another batch of Epstein documents, or as Trump calls them, fake documents, unless they exonerate him, in which case, real documents. That's how you can tell. But Kash Patel, I'm not sure he even has the Epstein files to release. I have a feeling Trump put them like on top of a refrigerator where he can't reach them or something. But if he ever does get them, I think he should literally take a page out of his boss's playbook and offer them for sale.
I just got a page from the Epstein files. I got one too.
And you won't believe who's on
This is that band kid humor, all right?
the list.
FBI director and self-published children's book author Kash Patel is liquidating the Epstein files. Get your official page at cashforfiles.com. Simply put $1,000 in an underinsured envelope that we provide at no extra cost, and 2 weeks
All right,
later,
but
you'll get
we're
an
gonna stand with St. Jimmy in a
unredacted
second.
page from the Epstein files, guaranteed to include the name of at least one public figure.
I got British royal family member Prince and hey, I got platinum recording artist Dick.
And I got current President Donald J. And it only cost me 2 months' rent.
Pay cash and get a one-of-a-kind heirloom you and your family will treasure for years to come. So what are you waiting for? Go to cashforfiles.com today. First 100 orders get a bonus gift. Government evidence that there is life on other planets.
A Martian penis.
Guillermo, do you know how many subscribers we have on YouTube now?
20 million.
So apparently that was the thing. I mean, I don't even know. Did we miss it? Did we miss when he was like calling into question? Anyway, fuck. I don't know. I just went to the first fucking clip. Who knows if this is the right one? I thought it was, but maybe not. But if it is, hang on. Let me try to make sure this is representative. I don't think this is right. There's got to be something. Camille clip. That can't be the clip. Did we just watch Jimmy Kimmel for no reason? Okay, wait, hang on.
With
Did I miss it?
lows over the weekend, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
Okay. So, is this the clip? So is it?
We had some new lows over the weekend, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing,
I mean, at that point, so let's be clear here. Kimmel, I think, is implying that the shooter is a MAGA person, right? One of their own. Does everyone agree that that is the implication here? Okay. Now, that's the implication. It's not technically what he said, right? Look at what the words he said, which are in fact true words.
We had some new lows over the weekend, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing,
that is, by the way, just an objective fact. So the implication, unstated, is this kid is probably one of their own, or that he might be. But the literal words he uses and what his whole point is in fact accurate. How I read this is he thinks it's quite likely that the guy was like a MAGA affiliated shooter, but it's not what he said. And this is about as anodyne, I think, a snarky statement as people were making. Thank you for the subscription, Chance. I mean, they were people on news organizations basically saying, we're like, this is almost certainly a groyper. This is not nearly as emphatic a statement of fact that I expected. I thought, based on how it was being represented, that it was going to be something like, this is a groyper. We know this guy's a groyper. It's obviously a groyper. But that's not what he's saying here. He's saying an accurate, true statement, which is MAGA people were desperately, true, trying to cast this person as anything other than a right-winger. And that included very disparate variations of the person they claimed him to be, right? On the one hand, he was a trans shooter. They called him, what was this, Sky something? 4chan had something that they were going with, and other MAGA influencers were pushing. There were like 3 or 4 different variations. No, he's implying that MAGA has been trying to say the kid is not one of them. Saying that Kimmel is implying the kid is MAGA is actually... I think he's implying that that's probably what he thinks. But I don't think it's a necessary implication. I don't think it's even that strong of implication. I think he's probably, implying that that's what he thinks. Because I think if you didn't think that, you would have more likely than not been like, we don't know who this kid, what the reason is, and put something like that in, which I didn't hear him put in at the time. And why I was always careful, liberals surrender hands. But anyway, even if he said, okay, even if he said, I believe this person is a MAGA influencer, at worst a groyper, let us all be clear about something. You have to stand by Jimmy's right to say what he believes. You have to stand by that. As long as it's not in a category of unprotected speech, you have to stand by his right. And this is not a category of unprotected speech. There is no defamation here, right? What is the false statement of fact that he's making? He's not making a false statement of fact at all. It's arguable, and I think probably true, that he's not making a statement of fact at all. Other than that people are desperately trying to blame other people. And that's, to the extent that it's a statement of fact, I think it's a true statement of fact. And it's certainly not defamatory about particular individuals or to a specific individual. So not defamation. True, if a statement of fact. So what other category of unprotected speech could it be? How can the government punish this person for his speech? And I know what people are going to be saying. Because as a result of this clip, ABC, private networks, suspended his show. And I can already see the comments and the replies saying things like, well, that's not a First Amendment issue. Now, if there were no government coercion, that would be correct. Same was true, by the way, of the Twitter files. If there was government coercion in the whole Twitter files, thank you so much, Andy, for the super chat. $10 super chat. Jimmy's in a really tough spot right now. We were just really going to help him out. True. If there was government coercion implicated in the Twitter files, thank you so much. It was more a criticism of MAGA more so than it was an admission of opinion in my reading. Yes, Scuzzy, I think that I hear that. I definitely hear that. I think there's a slight implication that it's a MAGA, he thinks it's a MAGA person. But I don't know that that is truly a statement of fact. I think the statement of fact is about what the response is, not about who the killer was. But I will definitely just reiterate. Typically, in the private employer context, there's not like a government action there. It needs to be a government nexus for something to be a First Amendment issue. But the government is prevented, and I'm going to show you the case law, right? We're going to look at the case law, from coercing private actors to impose viewpoint discrimination. So if the Twitter files had shown government coercion by, remember, most of the Twitter file stuff related to the Trump administration's FBI, DOJ, and intelligence, whatever, interfacing with social media. If they had shown government coercion, then we would have had potentially a First Amendment issue. But that was not shown, ever. Government coercion was not shown. And we'll go through all of the different facts that show that this is clearly government coercion. If anyone wants to try to make the comparison to Twitter files or anything else, you're invited. You have instant priority if you're trying to raise that issue or hypocrisy argument against me. Instant priority. You get right into the show immediately. Whatever we're doing, interrupt it. And so, that's what we're going to do. So let's start first with the lay of the land here. Congress says that there shall be an FCC. And the FCC regulates like the airwaves and certain media issues. People will point to FCC regulations and be like, FCC regulations state A, B, C, D. Okay? But FCC regulations can't undermine or nullify the First Amendment. I'm going to repeat that 2 more times. FCC regulations can't preempt the First Amendment. FCC regulations cannot preempt the First Amendment. I'll say it actually 3 more times. FCC regulations can't preempt the First Amendment. FCC regulations cannot preempt the First Amendment. FCC regulations cannot preempt the First Amendment. Some purported FCC regulations that, to the extent that they've been used kind of sparingly before. Certain ones related to like truth and falsity. Pisco, look at Adam Friended tweets. The dude is just MAGA but is afraid to. I'll be happy to. His tweets are totally unhinged. We'll do a little Twitter review of Adam Friended at some point as well. Some FCC regulations that purport to say like, it shall be against the FCC to like lie or something on the airwaves or something, have been used sparingly and haven't been tested in the courts, probably because they're highly limited by the First Amendment and aren't applicable at all. And so it is unprecedented the extent to which the FCC is being weaponized by the President of the United States under Trump term 2. But never forget, never lose sight of, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So if there's any law or regulation that conflicts with the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution, and the laws made pursuant to the Constitution, they are null and void. Constitution trumps. Okay? Can't just say FCC regulations, therefore blah, blah, blah. But there needs to be a government nexus in order for something to be a First Amendment issue. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Now, it says Congress shall make no law, but that has been interpreted and understood that it's not just Congress's laws, it's also obviously the entities enforcing and interpreting Congress's laws. So just like Congress is bound by the First Amendment, the president is bound by the First Amendment. And the courts are bound by the First Amendment to interpret the First Amendment. So even though it says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, it's not specific just to Congress. It also applies to the president. And that makes intuitive sense. Like it wouldn't make sense that like, okay, Congress can pass some like neutral law and the president can just use that neutral law to do what Congress couldn't do by passing a direct law. That's not clearly what was intended. What was intended was Congress making the law and also the president enforcing it, that you can't abridge the freedom of speech. That's the important part. And the congressional hook there is to make it a federal hook. Congress shall make no law, meaning the federal government will not abridge the freedom of speech. That also applies to the states now through the 14th Amendment. We've talked about that before, incorporation. So we need a government action. And what the Supreme Court has stated, and what is true, is that the government cannot coerce private actors to do this kind of censorship using its powers. And the citation that we have for that is a 9-0 decision from 2024, and it has precedent as well behind it, called NRA v. Volo. It's a Sotomayor opinion 9-0. This is in the aftermath of the Parkland shooting. Give you a little facts, and it's the state of New York. Sotomayor delivered the opinion for a unanimous court. 6 decades ago, this court held that a government entity's threat of invoking legal sanctions and other means of coercion against a third party to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech violates the First Amendment. So in this case, you had New York regulator, this person, Volo, Maria T. Volo, after the Parkland shooting, say a bunch of stuff to financial organizations basically saying, hey, do not work with NRA. So I'm going to repeat that first sentence because it's important. 6 decades ago, this court held that a government entity's threat of invoking legal sanctions and other means of coercion against a third party to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech violates the First Amendment. Today, right, to the benefit of the NRA, the NRA wins. Today, the court reaffirms what it said then. Government officials cannot attempt to coerce private parties in order to punish or suppress views that the government disfavors. Petitioner NRA plausibly alleges that respondent Maria Vollo did just that. As superintendent of the New York Department of Financial Services, Vollo allegedly pressured regulated entities to help her stifle the NRA's pro-gun advocacy by threatening enforcement actions against those entities that refuse to disassociate from the NRA and other gun promotion advocacy groups. These allegations, if true, state a First Amendment claim. We're going to skip the facts because just know that's the facts if true, right? And we're going to go right to the legal analysis just for a little bit. But this is exactly what happened in the Jimmy situation. St. Jimmy was the victim of the government threatening ABC, coercing ABC, for the purpose of disincentivizing speech with which the government disagreed. That is exactly what happened. And my question is there any sane, logical person who could deny that fact? Who could deny the fact that the Trump administration threatened ABC because of views that the government disfavors and then coerce them into this action? Here's the proof.
Acceptable.
This is the FCC chairman appointed by Donald Trump, Brendan Carr. Brendan Carr, by the way, who was complaining and crying in the 2020s about cancel culture and free speech and all that stuff. That was Brendan Carr then. This is Brendan Carr now.
There's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters, and frankly, I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run Kimmel anymore until you straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster, are running the possibility of fines or license revocation from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion. So I think, again, Disney needs to see some change here, but the individual licensed stations that are taking their content, it's time for them to step up and say, this, garbage, to the extent that that's what comes down the pipe in the future, isn't something that we think serves the needs of our local communities. But this sort of status quo is obviously not acceptable.
The status quo is not acceptable. Take Jimmy down, or you're going to see fines and punishment from the government. Additionally, as we've seen before, the Trump administration is quite willing to use their authorities with respect to mergers. There are various different federal government entities that oversee like mergers and acquisitions, that kind of stuff. The Trump administration has used that to coerce actors in the past as well.
In the coming nights. But Nexstar already owns lots of TV stations. It wants to merge with Tegna, which owns lots of other stations. In order to do that, it needs Brendan Carr, the FCC chair's permission, and it actually needs the FCC to change the regulations entirely about how many stations an individual company can own. So Nexstar has all of this pending business before the government. Tegna also does, and there's another big station owner called Sinclair that also has business pending before the government. So what do we know tonight? We know that both Nexstar and Sinclair called up ABC this afternoon, complained about Kimmel, and said they were yanking the show off their stations. ABC subsequently yanked the show nationwide. So we know that two major TV station owners, both of which need to curry favor with the Trump administration, were the ones that most loudly and vocally condemned Kimmel and said they were going to not air the show tonight and in the coming nights. It's an Occam's razor situation. It's exactly what it looks like.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Do you think we're stupid? Come on, man. Come on, Jack. You think we're stupid? Everyone knows what this is. The FCC puts out a statement saying this can't be this way. We're unhappy with this. Is a current state of affairs, can't exist. And so they threatened. And what happened in response? They coerced ABC through the statement itself and through their affiliates, who are also needing to curry favor with the FCC. That's obviously what occurred here. No doubt whatsoever. No doubt whatsoever. They threatened, and the disfavored speech they hated was targeted. What business does this shitbag chairman have coming on the air to demand the firing of Jimmy Kimmel? To demand he be taken off the air? None whatsoever. So let's go back to the opinion. Let's go to section 2. Let's get the facts. As discussed below, Volo was free to criticize the NRA. That's the New York regulator, right? And pursue the conceded violations of New York insurance law. She could not wield her power, however, to threaten enforcement actions against DFS-regulated entities in order to punish or suppress the NRA's gun promotion advocacy. Because the complaint plausibly alleges that Volo did just that, the court holds that the NRA stated a First Amendment violation. At the heart of the First Amendment's free speech, thank you so much for the subs on YouTube, clause is the recognition that viewpoint discrimination is uniquely harmful to a free and democratic society. The clause prohibits government entities and actors from, quote, abridging the freedom of speech. When government officials are engaging in their own expression, the free speech clause has no application. So this is government speech. The government's allowed to, say what it thinks. Obama can come up and say, I support gay marriage. Whenever he did. Biden can come out and say, I really like Jimmy Kimmel, or I really hate Jimmy Kimmel. The government can, quote, say what it wishes and select the views that it wishes to express. That makes sense. The government could barely function otherwise. When a government entity embarks on a course of action, it necessarily takes a particular viewpoint and rejects others, and thus does not need to maintain viewpoint neutrality when its officers and employees speak about that venture. A government official can share her views freely and criticize particular beliefs, and she can do so forcefully in the hopes of persuading others to follow her lead. In doing so, she can rely on the merits and force of her ideas, the strength of her convictions, and her ability to inspire others. What she cannot do, however, is use the power of the state to punish or suppress disfavored expression. In such cases, it is the application of state power which we are asked to scrutinize, not government speech. Same thing, by the way, that we've talked about with respect to Hassan Global Entry. And we sort of mentioned it in that other case that we looked at yesterday. If you guys remember, in that other case, you don't have an entitlement to a government job. You're an at-will employee as a government employee, but just because your employer can hire you for any reason, I guess, or fire you for any reason, or no reason, doesn't mean that they can do so for viewpoint discrimination. In Bantam Books, this court explored the distinction between permissible attempts to persuade and impermissible attempts to coerce. There, a state commission used its power to investigate and recommend criminal prosecution to censor publications that, in its view, were objectionable because they threatened youthful morals. The commission sent official notices to a distributor for blacklisted publications that highlighted the commission's, quote, duty to recommend to the Attorney General violations of the state's obscenity laws. The notices also informed the distributors that the lists of blacklisted publications were, quote, circulated to local police departments, and that the distributors' cooperation and removing the publications from the shelves would eliminate the necessity of any referral for prosecution. A local police officer also conducted follow-up visits to ensure compliance. In response, the distributor took steps to stop further circulation of copies of the listed publications out of fear of facing a court action. The publishers of the blacklisted publications sued the commission, alleging that this scheme of informal censorship violated the First Amendment. The commission responded that it did not regulate or suppress obscenity. It simply extorted the booksellers and advised them of their legal rights. This court sided with the publishers, holding that the commission violated their free speech rights by coercing the distributor to stop selling and displaying the listed publications. The court explained that the First Amendment prohibits government officials from relying on the threat of invoking legal sanctions and other means of coercion to achieve suppression. Is there any doubt? We just listened to it. Is there any doubt that Carr is invoking the threat of legal sanction here? We're going to listen to it one more time. Is there any doubt?
There's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters, and frankly, I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run Kimmel anymore.
What does preempt mean in that context? What do you think Carr means by preempt? He said, it's time that... So listen to the actual import of what he's saying. This is obviously a threat.
Actions that we can take on licensed...
There are actions we can take. We here being the FCC.
Broadcasters. And frankly...
I
think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt.
We are going to preempt. We're going to preempt government action. That's what they're trying to do. Preempt government action. We're going to do something before the government comes after us. That's what Carr is saying there. That's what he means by preempt. He said, FCC can do some stuff. It's high time that some of these licensed broadcasters, that they preempt this. That's what he means.
We're not going to run Kimmel anymore.
We're not going to run Kimmel. He's suggesting the action that he wants, that the FCC wants.
Straighten this out because we licensed broadcaster, are running the possibility of fines or...
Run the possibility of fines. Fines from whom, right? Fines from whom? So preempt, here's the definition, for those who don't know. Quote, to take action in order to prevent an anticipated event from happening. To preempt. There's another form of preempt that's like preempt the Constitution. We're talking here about the form of preempt, which means to take an action to prevent something else from happening. That's what preempt here means. So I'm going to play this again. It is so crystal clear that this is a threat by the government in which he states what the government can do, what the licensed broadcasters should do in response, specifically to, quote, preempt.
There's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters, and frankly...
That's the invocation of government power.
I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run...
We being the broadcasters.
Kimmel anymore.
That's what you need to do, right? In order to make sure that you're not going to be targeted by the FCC, what do you need to do? We're not going to run Kimmel anymore. So there it is.
So you straighten this out because we licensed broadcaster, are running the possibility of fines or license revocations from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion. So I think, again, Disney needs to see some change here.
So we need to see some change. This is not saying, in our opinion, this is bad. In our opinion, This is saying Disney needs to change.
But the individual licensed stations that are taking their content, it's time for them to step up and say, this, garbage, to the extent that that's what comes down the pipe in the future, isn't something that we think serves the needs of our local communities. But this sort of status quo is obviously not acceptable.
The status quo is not acceptable. So going back to the example brought in this NRA case, this other case, The court explained that the First Amendment prohibits government officials from relying on the threat of invoking legal sanctions, and other means of coercion to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech. Is there any question whatsoever that that is precisely what the FCC chairman did? No. Honest person, right? Even the people that a lot of the left loves to hate sometimes. Here I'm thinking about folks like Glenn Greenwald, who I think has been good on some First Amendment issues. Michael Tracy. People like this. People who called out, sometimes I think unfairly, who sometimes had Twitter files fever and thought that the Twitter files was some large indictment on government action when it wasn't. And we'll get into that comparison. Even they are saying this is so obvious. It's beyond any dispute. That's obviously what occurred. You just heard it. And they're going to try to say you didn't actually hear it. They're going to try to tell you that, you didn't hear those words that you just heard and that he didn't say what he just said. And it absolutely worked. Although the commission, this is the commission in this case, right, lacked, quote, the power to apply formal legal sanctions, the distributor reasonably understood the commission to threaten adverse action, and thus the distributor's compliance with the commission's directives was not voluntary. This is also, by the way, a pattern and practice of the Trump administration. They have done and used government power at every turn whenever someone disagrees with them. And so obviously the private actors are going to comply if they care about the bottom line. Like, look what happened with Harvard when it stood up. Look what happened to all these universities. They had their endowments taken. Look what happened to the law firms. They were all targeted as well. So there's a pattern of practice by the Trump administration to use government authority to coerce actors. And in this case, there was a specific threat. To reach this conclusion, the court considered things like the commission's coordination with law enforcement and its authorities to refer matters for prosecution, the notices themselves, which were phrased virtually as orders, containing thinly veiled threats to institute criminal proceedings if the distributor did not come around, and the distributor's reaction to the notices and follow-up visits. Since Bantam Books, the courts of appeals have considered similar factors to determine whether a challenged communication is reasonably understood to be a coercive threat. Take the decision below. For example, the Second Circuit purported to consider 1, the word choice and tone, the existence of regulatory authority, whether the speech was perceived as a threat, and perhaps most importantly, whether the speech refers to adverse consequences. Every single one of these factors that is brought up by the Second Circuit in this case, every single factor is against the Trump administration. Every single one. Does it sound like a threat? Yes. Is the word choice literally a threat? I think it is, yep. The existence of regulatory authority, FCC, yep, 100%. Was the speech perceived as a threat? No doubt. And perhaps most importantly, does the speech refer to adverse consequences? Yes. Yes, it does. Other circuits have taken similarly fact-intensive approaches, utilizing a multi-factor test or a totality of circumstances analysis. The courts of appeals that employ a multi-factor test agree that no one factor is dispositive. Ultimately, Bantam Books stands for the principle that a government official cannot do indirectly what she is barred from doing directly. A government official cannot coerce a private party to punish or suppress disfavored speech. This was always the case, folks. The problem with the Twitter files comparison is just it fails on the facts. That's the problem with the Twitter files. This is a 9-0 decision. 9-0 in favor of the NRA. The problem with the Twitter files is the evidence just wasn't there of coercion. The parties in the SG, who filed an amicus brief supporting vacatur, agree that Bantam Books provides the right analytical framework for claims that the government has coerced a third party to violate the First Amendment rights of another. They also embrace the lower court's multi-factor test as a useful, though non-exhaustive guide rightly so. Considerations like who said what and how and what reactions followed are just helpful guideposts in answering the question whether an official seeks to persuade or instead to coerce. Where the parties differ is on the application of the Bantam Books framework. The NRA and the SG reject the Second Circuit's application of the framework, while Volo defends it. The court now agrees with the NRA and the SG. To state a claim that the government violated the First Amendment through coercion of a third party, a plaintiff must plausibly allege conduct that, viewed in context, could be reasonably understood to convey a threat of adverse government action in order to punish or suppress the plaintiff's speech. So they're rejecting the Second Circuit approach. So even if you take the Second Circuit, I think you lose. But just take this, right? Could a plaintiff reasonably understand what Carr said to convey a threat of adverse government action in order to punish or suppress their speech? Of course. Accepting the well-pleaded factual allegations in the complaint is true, the NRA plausibly alleged that Volo violated the First Amendment by coercing the DFS-regulated entities into disassociating with the NRA. And this is a kind of similar setup too, right? Because you had in this case, right, NRA at the bottom, and you have New York going after these intermediary entities to get to NRA. And in this case, you have Trump. Who's he trying to get to? He's trying to get to Jimmy. And how is Trump going to get to Jimmy? Well, he's going to go through these intermediaries as well as ABC itself to get to Jimmy. So it's a similar type setup. They're going after these intermediaries to get to Jimmy, just like New York did with the NRA. Consider first Volo's authority, which served as a backdrop to the NRA's allegation of coercion. The power that a government official wields, while certainly not dispositive, is relevant to the objective inquiry of whether a reasonable person would perceive the official's communication as coercive. Generally speaking, the greater and more direct the government's official authority, the less likely a person will feel free to disregard a directive from that official. Like the FCC chairman, perhaps? For example, imagine a local affinity group in New York that receives a strongly worded letter. One would reasonably expect that organization to react differently if the letter came from the U.S. Attorney of the SDNY than if it came from an out-of-state school board. Makes sense? As DFS superintendent, Volo had direct regulatory and enforcement authority over all insurance companies and financial service institutions doing business in New York. Just like the commission in Bantam Books, she could initiate investigations and refer cases for prosecution. Just like, by the way, FCC commissioner can institute proceedings, can fine people, etc., can impose costs, revoke licenses, that kind of shit. Against this backdrop, consider Volo's communications with the regulated entities, particularly with blah, 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 blah. So she's said a bunch of stuff. As alleged, her communications with Lloyd's can be reasonably understood as a threat or inducement. Either of those can be coercive. Right? And it's so funny how parallel this is to Jimmy. Because we have the inducement for the merger. Let me back up a little here so you can see. Inducement for the merger of the affiliates. And we have the threats of the FCC as to the broadcaster, the licensed broadcaster. Which is like ABC, etc., right? So we have both threats and inducements here. And they're both coercive. Anyway, this is just to show you that there's agreement, a unanimous agreement on the Supreme Court, that you can't just do this kind of private coercion shit using government authorities. And there is no doubt, I'm going to repeat, and we're going to watch it again, that this is a threat.
There's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters, and frankly, I think that it's.
Does he have regulatory authority? Yes. Does he have the ability to institute these proceedings and to fine and punish? Yes. Is he invoking those? Yes.
It's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves,
over which he has authority,
push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run.
We're going to preempt. So this is what you should do. If you want to avoid this kind of punishment, what you have to do is not run
Kimmel anymore.
Kimmel anymore. No doubt whatsoever. Anyone who tries to tell you, and you should really, these are the people, they're showing themselves for who they are. They're showing themselves for who they are. Anyone who you follow who takes the side of the FCC in this dispute, you can't trust them for anything, right? Anyone like this Portnoy motherfucker, Dave Portnoy, anyone who's saying like, oh yeah, this is no big deal, this is just private action, you know that these are government bootlicking shills that just want to trust the FCC and trust the government and are in favor of authoritarian government. You know that, right? They've already showed their hand. You don't need to trust them about anything. So that's where we're at. If there's people who want to call in and argue the point, they can try to. But the existence of FCC regulations does not preempt the Constitution. So, in review, the Supreme Court has stated you cannot coerce private actors to suppress speech for the purpose of suppressing speech. That viewpoint discrimination is anathema to the Constitution. You can't do it. And that's exactly what happened here. Was this reasonably understood as a threat and meant as a threat, as a coercion? Yes. Yes, it was. You have the invocation of government authority. You have actual government authority in the case of the FCC. You have the ask of what they actually want is directly take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. No doubt. That was a threat. And then you also have hanging over these affiliates the mergers they want to do. And there's regulatory authority over that. There's an inducement there. And you have the pattern and practice of the Trump administration invoking and using powers for viewpoint discrimination in the past with immigration, with education, with legal representation, with business interests, with tariffs, in almost every domain of where the government interferes at all. I can't think of an area of government power where Trump hasn't utilized to his personal benefit or to prevent criticism. But yeah, if you guys think differently, now let's talk about the Twitter files shit. What's up with the Twitter files? Well, in the Twitter files, there was no threat that was found in those messages to Twitter or Facebook. If there was a threat, identify it. Identify the threat. And the pattern and practice was that this was totally collaborative. That Twitter did, most of the time did not listen to the government's, picking stuff. Hey, this looks like a Russian bot, whatever. I think something like 40% of the time is when they listened. They felt totally fine not to listen. And in fact, the mere fact that they were deliberating amongst themselves during the whole Hunter Biden New York Post story. And remember, that was done under their hacked materials policy. That was never flagged by the government at all, right? The New York Post story was not flagged by the government. And also, if it was Trump's DOJ. Trump was in office in 2020. So every layer of this story that you've been told about the Twitter files is a complete distortion. They're just lying about what happened. So specifically on the New York Post story, you saw the robust conversation that occurred, a genuine, honest back and forth about, hey, does this apply? Do we think this is a hack materials policy, et cetera, et cetera. That's on Twitter. And there's no coercive effort by the government at all. If it existed, you would know about it. And further proof of that is Matt Taibbi, the first writer on the Twitter files, was basically just regurgitating what Elon Musk gave to him. He said that was the problem. He said the problem was the government didn't intervene. Specifically on the New York Post story. So how can there be coercion if your own Twitter files person is saying the problem is the government didn't intervene? And again, even if there was intervention, it would have been Trump. I do interact with chat. Come on. So on every conceivable level, that Twitter Files comparison fails. There are some threats to the social media companies, but those come from Congress, from individual Congress people. Congress people who are not the government. They're not charged with enforcing the law at all. And cite me the case law where individual Congress people's statements, where they have no individual regulatory control, they have legislative authority, and they're not affecting how the law is being executed. Show me how and where that has been, that individual statements from legislators can make an action not taken by them coercive. Especially, by the way, when some of the statements from Democrats who oppose Trump, right? They oppose Trump. So is the Trump DOJ listening to the Democrats in Congress? Also, by the way, there were Republicans who were also like in Congress threatening the social media companies. But that's just these are legislative, they're questions about whether or not we should get Section 230 undone, questions about whether there should be like a greater amount of regulation of these social media platforms. But none of that is, I have not seen any case law and don't think it makes sense for Congress people, individual legislators, their statements. Any legislator makes a statement and now all of a sudden government action is coercive. No. When we talk about coercive action, we're talking about the executive branch. The executive branch enforcing, executing the law. Now, Congress separately can pass a law. If Congress passes a law that is itself retaliatory, a law that is itself viewpoint discrimination, that could be its own problem, right? But mere statements of legislators who don't have the power to enforce law, that can't, and I haven't seen any evidence legally that's understood to transform executive action into something that's coercive. So regardless of the influence that a legislator may have, they themselves don't wield that authority. But yeah, I'm open to anyone who thinks differently. Please call in. You probably don't disagree, Taylord. But I do definitely interact with the chat. So the Twitter Files comparison is so deceptive and wrong. It's just based on lies. Lies that the government, that is to say the Justice Department intelligence agencies, that they coerced social media companies. And I'll have you know, that went up to the Supreme Court as well in kind of a weird procedural posture. But that went up to the Supreme Court as well. They rejected that suit. And even if it were coercive, the shit that they cared about was during the Trump administration. That's when like the true coercive, but in all honesty, it wasn't coercive. They didn't understand it as a threat. They were collaborators, perhaps you could say, that they were like having meetings to talk about like threats and what's gonna, and imagine right now, like with the Trump administration being like worried about government involvement too much with private organizations, where the Trump administration is literally proposing there be like government censorship boards in Harvard and these various different universities. So in principle, they never really cared about government intrusion into private matters. They just wanted to say that because it sounded like they were pro-freedom, but they've never been pro-freedom. But in the case of the social media companies, again, they were not threatening the social media companies. Some independent legislator says, come to Congress, otherwise, we might have to think about taking away your Section 230 protection. They definitely said that. But they don't have regulatory authority, and they're not the executive. Right? These are statements made in pursuant to their legislative authorities that don't map on to the government's actions vis-a-vis the executive invocations of pre-existing laws to make those actions coercive. That is, the mere sending of messages to social media companies saying, hey, this is might violate your terms of service. And that's how they often phrase it. This might violate your terms of service. We are sending this over to you to see if it violates your terms of service. And then Twitter responds like, okay, we'll take a look. And I think only 40% of the time that they agree. And so they had a pattern of practice of disagreeing and not following what the government said. And at no point can you identify a threat from the executive branch. But yeah, we stand with Jimmy, man. Like 100%. 100% with Jimmy. This is a First Amendment disaster. It's one of the most blatant attacks on the First Amendment that we've seen from the second Trump administration. And it's not even close. And everyone who has any credibility on this issue of First Amendment is calling it out. Ryan Mullally even is calling it out. Fire is calling it out. Like the preeminent First Amendment. So there's no hiding from this. By the way, I don't think that Ryan Mullally has credibility with the First Amendment, to be that honest, because if you really cared about the First Amendment, you would have never have weighed Trump as being better on First Amendment than like the liberals. So I'm sorry to imply that. I just meant that there's even people who claim to care about the First Amendment, whom I disagree with, are calling it out. Glenn Greenwald, etc. Ryan Mullally. Trump had nothing to do with it. This isn't hard, right? Can you imagine this, right? So Trump's appointed FCC chairman. And by the way, Trump ratifies it afterwards. Look at this idiot, right? Sane 1. This is one of the idiot fucking reply guys. Please join the Discord, you loathsome bitch. Too scared to join the Discord. But Trump not only appoints the chairman, after the threat works and ABC cancels Jimmy Kimmel, does Trump say, no, this is wrong, we shouldn't have done that? No, he's like, great, that's great news. Now do Jimmy Fallon and Seth. Did you see that, guys, by the way? So this guy says Trump is not responsible. It had nothing to do with it. It wasn't Trump. Like, first of all, it's Trump's appointee. It's his administration. The buck stops with him. He does want it, number two. And number three, he ratifies it afterwards and says you should do more. When did that happen? It happened. I don't know why these people try to like act as though I don't have the receipts ever. Trump truth. It's so insane. How often do I have to like show that I bring the goods? Great news for... Oh, wait. You can't see it. My bad. Great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congrats to ABC for having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than ever, than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers. Do it, NBC. Does that sound like Trump is saying, no, I don't know what's going on, I have nothing to do with this? No, he's endorsing it. He's endorsing what took place. Obviously, dipshit. Dipshit Finzane, whatever your fucking name is. Let me in. North, if it's not a real disagreement, I'm going to be pissed. You better, I don't know what you're doing here. If you're not converting to be a Democrat, we're going to have issues. What up?
Yo, what's going on?
What's good? Are you ready to be a Democrat?
No, fuck no. This has only strengthened my resolve that we need to reform the Republican Party.
Wow. Delusional, but go ahead.
Holy fuck. This entire week, though, we've seen the Republican Party go after freedom of speech. We've seen them refuse to want to, like, bring the temperature down. It's just fucking wild, man.
So why do you call yourself a Republican?
Why? Because the Republican Party, the ideals that it used to espouse, were good ideals. And I think those ideals, as in small limited government, lack of intervention in the economy, needing to have a strong foreign policy and a very strong military, when we're looking at what the Trump administration is currently doing, I think we realize why that needs to be in our
Democrats
politics.
used to be the party of slavery. I don't sign on to a political party because they used to do something.
But the Democratic Party is not going to be changed as easily as I think I could change the Republican Party. I think
You
there are
can't do
people out
shit.
there. I think that there are people out there. Do you see that I tried to talk to a Gen Z lawyer?
No, who's that motherfucker?
So you know the WIC panel that Destiny did with it was a
Oh,
Ally, Gen Z lawyer and then
that guy was fucking
Pill and
all right.
yeah. So I talked to Gen Z lawyer for 5 hours afterward, and I didn't really make any progress. But I'm trying to get into all these like MAGA influencers, community content creators. I don't know what you want to call them. I'm trying to develop a strategy, and I can see that there is a spark in their eyes, that they do kind of see what I'm seeing, that these values that we think are completely lost to the Republican Party are still there. You just need to like convince them that they need to stand up for them. And I think it'd be easier to convince Republicans who are lost in the MAGA media apparatus to like wake up than it is to try to convince Democrats to completely shift the entire shift their entire party towards the right.
Okay, I mean, do you see?
Do you agree with me that it would probably be easier to try to de-radicalize MAGA people than to shift the entire Democratic Party to the right?
No, I have a very poor question before I answer that. Are you seeing someone for your psychosis?
For my psychosis?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm maybe I'm a little deranged for thinking that something needs to be done, but I keep finding, it might be little people, but I keep finding more and more people who are like me, they're Republicans and they feel lost and they don't know what to do. They still feel alienated by the Democratic Party. I don't think what Destiny is saying.
I hate to tell you this. I hate to tell you this.
Helping at all.
Yeah, fuck what Destiny said, but I don't know. But like, at least here's the thing that I would say. At least Destiny's right about. You're delusional if you think this Republican Party is standing for any principles whatsoever besides being
Currently,
government.
no, they aren't. But
you're not gonna fucking move them, dude. You're not gonna move them. I'm sorry. This is reality talking to you right now. You're not moving them. It's time for you to join the right movement. You need to join the right movement because you're totally going to be unable to move these people. It's your job.
I think I can move these people.
No, you can't.
Do you think people are unmovable?
No, I don't think people are unmovable.
Okay, so we can agree that people are not unmovable. Okay. Do you think that it would be easier to move Democrats, the entire Democratic Party, towards the right, or to try to convince Republicans to stand up to ideals that they already agree with?
Who cares? Why are you worried about moving people to the right? Like, you have to worry about your country, bro. Your country's going away.
Well, I'm willing to work with Democrats if we're going to defend our country. Sure,
are you going to vote?
Are
you going to vote for Democrats next election? This midterm.
Well, it depends. It depends on the candidate.
No,
if I can get a candidate who represents my ideals, who can stand against MAGA, then of course I'm going to vote for them.
Not good enough.
Like,
not good enough. In 2025.
What is not good enough?
in 2025, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote in 2025?
Well, it's not 2025 yet. I don't know who I'm going to vote for.
It is 2025. You don't know who you're going to vote for in 2025?
Oh, sorry,
That's
you mean 2025. Oh, sorry, I think 2028. There's no candidates. That's why I'm trying to build a movement. Because, look,
there
this is
are
my
elections.
Goal. 3 years. 3 years. This is my goal. 3 years, 2028 elections. My goal is to create a strong,
I've never met someone so delusional.
Movement.
It's not happening.
No, I am delusional. And you know what? I'm sure that there's people in here in your stream who probably think like me. They're probably like, look, I'm a guy on the right, but you know, the Democrats can be a little cringe, and maybe they're not entirely accepting of what I have to say. And if you feel like you want to at least try to reform the Republican Party, then hit me up on Discord or on Twitter.
I'm gonna say something. Have you ever seen the movie? Have you ever seen the movie Manchester by the Sea?
No, I've not.
Okay, all right. So I'll say this reminds me of a situation. I'll give another different situation. Imagine that there's like a giant fire in your house.
Yes.
Okay. And it's like your pet dogs.
Yes.
Are all in like a room next to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
and there's like a fire extinguisher.
Okay.
And instead of getting the fire extinguisher to put out the fire to save all your pet dogs, you're like rearranging your tech dudes because you want them to be in the right order.
That's literally
That's what you're doing right now.
Horrible fucking comparison. No.
That's
not
what you're doing.
I'm doing. No.
You're rearranging your
what do they call it? A
dudes.
straw man? You're creating a terrible fucking comparison.
Like I want to make sure.
That's not what's happening.
I'm
And
sure
I
this fire.
don't understand why you're so hostile towards it. That Republicans want to change. That there are Republicans out there who wants to change their own party and actually want to grow a backbone and stand up for their own ideals. Like, is that not a thing that you would want to like at least support? Like.
So the fire is burning, and you're like,
wait.
There's
Two
you're
things.
like,
Please go. There's two things you could do, right? Okay.
Yeah.
There's you either can try to grow the Democratic Party, but you think that like try to launch basically I like to think of it as like a rebellion, right? You think try to launch a rebellion within the Republican Party to try to at least fracture it with one fracture, the one fracture that I believe in, that being what used to be Republican ideals of like limited government, strong military, less taxes, less intervention in the U.S. economy, freedom of speech, freedom of religion and expression. You know, like, do you not consider like what we're doing like a bad thing? Like, are you that hostile towards it?
I mean, can I talk?
Yeah, talk.
So this is you. I don't know if you can see the stream. Going to your local Republican meeting to be like, hey guys, we want to believe in the Constitution, and like they're all talking about killing us. They're all talking about taking away our rights, and you're over here trying to rearrange your tech dudes when there's a fire burning instead of going to get the fire extinguisher and helping us actually get the fire extinguisher. You're like, I'm sure someone will take care of the fire.
Okay, are you familiar with the very critical argument that's being had in the liberal politics live stream community right now, that Republicans need to push against Donald Trump to bring things down, to tone it all down, right?
Mm-hmm.
To bring down the rhetoric, to bring down the temperature. That's the proper.
You're asking me, am I aware of that discourse generally? Yeah.
Yes. Or do you agree that Republicans should be pressuring their president to bring down the temperature?
Yeah, no shit. It's like saying, wait, hang on.
We are those Republicans.
Hang on.
We are the people who want to be pressuring Donald Trump. You are the outside pushing. We are the inside pushing. And like
dude,
purely push from the outside, but probably if people are wanting to push from the inside, you should be saying, oh no, you shouldn't push from the inside. You should only be pushing from the outside. No. We are the people who want to push from the inside. So I don't know. We're the Republicans who want to pressure Donald Trump.
So there's a group of lions. I'm trying to find the best like animal metaphor that I can use to get through to you. So you're like this little baby lion, and all around you are these fucking bloody mouths of lions like trying to devour the antelope, and you're like, guys, maybe we should have a meeting, and like maybe we should just let the antelope go.
This is a complete motherfucker.
That's it, lion.
Look,
the tiger. Okay, my bad.
You're literally trying to create a false framing of what I want to achieve.
What are you like? This is so stupid. You're not going to move anyone.
I am going to move people.
You need to join the viable opposition. The viable opposition is the Democrats.
Okay. So, do you disagree with what you said before in saying that people can't be moved?
I never said people can't be moved. I just meant in general, the whole of the MAGA movement. You're not going to move them. Individuals can be moved.
Why shouldn't I at least try? You're telling me not to try at all. You're telling me to completely give up on the MAGA movement. No.
Well, yeah, you should. Okay. All right.
Look, I want to save my party. All right. I want to, imagine this. Imagine this scenario. Okay. Imagine instead of Donald Trump doing whatever he has done, let's pretend that he never ran, right? And let's pretend that Okay, hold on. No, I can't use real world politician. No, maybe I can.
Dude, get to the point. Holy shit.
Oh, okay.
Get to your point.
If the Democratic Party was started doing all this authoritarian shit, right? And the Republican Party was the only one standing up for the Constitution, right? Would you completely abandon the Democratic Party and join up with the Republicans?
Hell yeah.
It's be like, oh, I'm a left-leaning Republican, instead of trying to reform the Democratic Party?
I would abandon the Democratic Party if they became a party
You
of
would
fascists.
abandon? Okay, well, at least I can say that you're consistent in your...
Wouldn't
idiocy.
you? I mean, why wouldn't you?
You wouldn't try to save the Democratic Party and try to reform the Democratic Party back to what it used to be?
What would it take for you to leave the Republican Party? Would anything?
What do you mean? Would anything? Well,
that's a very simple question. What would it take for you to leave the Republican Party?
If the Democrats would, actually, no, I don't even know if it would be up to. I guess
not even just to stop calling. But put aside Democrat. What would it take for you to not call yourself a Republican anymore? What would it take?
If there was a conservative alternative party that I could join.
But you can be independent. You don't have to be aligned. You don't have to be aligned. You don't have to be aligned at all. So my question is, what would it take for you if assume there's a Libertarian Party? It's not viable. But
no, it's not viable. Exactly.
Okay,
That's why I want to work within the Republican Party.
No.
That is the conservative party.
Hey, jackass.
And that's what I want to work within.
I'm asking you a question. Is there anything the Republican Party could do in the absence of a viable conservative alternative for you to leave the party and become unaligned with the Republican Party? And in other words, to not call yourself a Republican anymore. Is there anything they could do?
That the Republican Party could do?
Yes. Trump could do, Republicans could do.
Well, there's a lot of things that can make me against Trump.
That's not what I'm saying.
What the Republican Party.
Hey, answer my question, fucker. I'm not asking you would it be something that make you against Trump. I asked a specific question. Can you repeat the question, actually?
No. There's nothing that the Republican Party in and of itself would have to do.
No, not would have to do. Hey, not would have to do. No. I'm asking, what would it take for the Republican Party collectively?
What do you mean by the Republican Party?
I mean the RNC and all Republican politicians and parts of the Republican infrastructure at a,
Well, who do you think I'm fighting
some level of
against?
generality. Hey, I'm not answer my question, dipshit. That's a question. Who am I fighting?
Okay.
Hey, dipshit.
Because...
Hey, dipshit. I asked the question. I didn't ask for you to ask a question. Do you acknowledge that? Your question was like, who do you think I'm fighting against? That's not an answer.
I'm fighting against MAGA. That's what it is. And MAGA currently encompasses the Republican
Who the fuck
Party.
asked? I didn't ask for your questions. I want an answer. Do you even remember the question I asked?
Yes, the question that you asked me was, what would the Republican Party have to do for me to abandon the Republican Party?
Yes, can you answer it?
And I would say, well, everything that MAGA has done has basically caused me to abandon the movement of MAGA, but abandon the Republican Party. There's nothing that I can do, because the Republican Party is more like just right-wing politics, I guess. It's like the right.
No. You call yourself a Republican, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, so you call yourself a Republican. I'm asking, what would...
Because that is like the place where all the conservatives go to.
Hey.
Yes.
Hey. You call yourself a Republican. I'm asking you, what would it take for you to stop calling yourself a Republican in the absence of a viable conservative alternative?
I gave you an example before, and then you're like, okay, well, ignoring the example you gave before, this is what would you have to do in order to leave the Republican Party?
I'm asking you, what would Republican Party, if they did a genocide, if there was a Republican genocide against Democrats, would you still call yourself a Republican?
Well, I would just start my own party then. And
I'm not asking if you would start your own party. Like, you are literally incapable.
If the Republican, if the Republican Party,
you're going to answer the question, or I'm stopping this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I'd leave the Republican Party.
So there are some.
And probably start my own party.
So
but you can't convince me to join the Democrats. Is what I'm saying.
So there are. I'm not saying that. So there are some things the Republican Party could do that would make it so that you would stop calling yourself a Republican in the absence of there being some other party to join. Correct?
Probably.
All right. So what would it take? What's the bare minimum for you to stop calling yourself a Republican?
Well, you gave the fucking answer. You gave the suggestion of genocide. Should we start there?
Well, that's to even have. If there's even something, you started off by saying there's nothing. You stopped yourself, but you're like, there's nothing.
Because when people talk about parties in the United States, like the Republican Party is not I wouldn't call it necessarily a structured organization, right?
Why are you asking me questions? You're asking me questions. I'm not asking you to ask me questions. If you
clarify your position,
if you have a bunch of questions, we can do your shit first. If you have questions for me, but I have questions, and you're like asking me questions. I don't know why you're asking me questions
related to your questions.
Yeah,
that would help me clarify my position.
So the Republican Party, in some sense, is hierarchical. There's a structure. There's a leadership. There's an RNC. But that's not relevant to what I'm asking you, dipshit.
Okay, sure.
My question is, what would it take? What's the bare minimum it would take for you to stop calling yourself a Republican? And you said, okay, if they genocided. All right, is there anything less than genocide?
Another example, if the Republican Party started, well, I guess I wouldn't say completely flirted with left-wing politics. I guess if the Republican Party completely established, if they
became left-wing, you would leave the Republican Party, but not if they start being fascist.
Well. Yes, they're authoritarian.
Yeah, so
well,
if
Trump is authoritarian, MAGA is authoritarian. I wouldn't call the Republican Party authoritarian.
If they became liberal, you wouldn't call the Republican Party authoritarian?
What? Okay, repeat that question slowly.
You said I wouldn't call the Republican.
No, repeat that question that you just said verbatim, slowly. Then think about it.
You wouldn't call the Republican Party authoritarian?
If the Republican Party was liberal, would I call them authoritarian?
No.
That's literally what you just said.
No. Stop. You're combining two questions. You're combining.
Repeat the question verbatim.
North. You're combining two questions. So one would be, one question I was asking.
No. Repeat the question you just said.
North, shut the fuck up,
okay.
bitch. Stop, please.
Okay.
All right. So the first question, you're combining two things in your mind, and it's really annoying. So one was like, you would leave the Republican Party if you became liberal. I was ridiculing for you for that. And then you said something at the end of your statement there that like really attracted my attention. You're like, but the Republican Party isn't authoritarian. You said that. And I'm asking you.
Well, I'd say they were authoritarian. MAGA is authoritarian. I wouldn't call the Republican Party authoritarian because when I refer to the Republican Party, that includes its base as well. I don't consider the Republican base authoritarian.
No, I'm asking
people that I'm trying to appeal to.
Do you think do you think Republican Party leadership is authoritarian?
The leadership,
yes.
They're maybe not in and of themselves authoritarian, but they're willing to not do anything in the face of Trump's authoritarianism.
Who's leading the Republican Party? Who in your mind are the leaders of the Republican Party?
The leaders of the Republican Party? I guess Trump and MAGA. I suppose that, and all
How about Trump, Lara Trump, the members of the RNC, the members of Congress? Do you think they're authoritarian?
Yes. Well, I don't know their own personal
so the leaders
beliefs, but they're definitely willing to excuse everything that Trump says. Like, for all I know, that they genuinely believe that Trump banning freedom of speech is like in the name of saving our republic. Like, they maybe not think of themselves as authoritarian, but they're willing to definitely excuse all authoritarianism done by this administration.
So, do you think I'm asking you like if they subjectively identify as authoritarian? I'm asking you whether you consider them to be authoritarian.
Well, because there's a difference between being authoritarian and excusing authoritarianism, right? Like, okay, here's an example. Nazi Germany, their like final election, right? It was a coalition between like the how do you say it? The NASDAP, whatever, the Nazi Party.
NSDAP.
It's a coalition between like the Nazi Party and like the moderate Catholic Party, right? Would you call like the moderate Catholic Party?
Oh my God, authoritarian?
Yes.
Yeah, they helped. Yes, they voted in favor of the Enabling Act, correct?
Yeah, they did.
So would you call them authoritarian? Yes or no?
They were complicit in authoritarianism.
So this is your
yeah,
so
actually, yeah,
even if they voted for the fucking Enabling Act, so okay,
yeah,
so
right,
do you want
to?
Okay, so do you want to reassess now? So are the leaders of the Republican Party authoritarian in your mind? Yes.
If they voted for the legislation and they support the legislation, then yes, they are.
Well, they support Trump and what Trump's doing.
Well, then yes, they are.
Okay, so they are. So,
but do you agree that there's a difference between being complicit or not necessarily being complicit? Was it not speaking out when you should and being an authoritarian?
Yeah, there's a difference between support and not saying anything, but they're supporting, right? Are they supporting?
We'll just
linearize. Hang on. We'll just linearize. Are they supporting? Are the Republican leaders? Are they supporting Trump? Yes or no?
Yes, they are supporting Trump.
Okay, so it's not just them being quiet; they're actively supporting. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And does the Republican base support Trump as well?
The Republican base, they voted for him, yes.
And do they support Trump and what he's doing?
Well, it doesn't matter whether they support every single individual action.
They support Trump, right?
I'd say generally, I think they're split 50-50. I don't know what Trump's polling the numbers are right now. I haven't checked on that.
You think the Republican Party is split 50-50 on whether they support Trump?
I think there's a lot of people who hold a lot of beliefs who are very dissatisfied with the way that this administration has been going.
It's like 94% approval.
I think it's 94%. Where do you get that poll from?
Are you if I provide you 3 polls showing greater than 90, what are you going to give me? Are you really doubting this?
Well, I'm just curious of what poll would give you 94%.
I'm sorry. Are you actually doubting this, or is this just a fucking waste of time?
No, I am doubting it. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So you're you're literally an idiot, right?
Okay. Well, you can keep calling me. You can keep insulting me, but.
This is from Gallup, 93% approval. Republican.
Can you send that in the actually I can't see the live chat.
Okay, I'll just show it on stream. I mean, I really can't believe someone who is involved in politics like this doesn't know this.
What, the up-to-date Gallup poll?
No, this has been consistent over the course of his entire over 2 presidencies.
Yes, that's why I don't okay, you think that I support Trump?
I really think that you have mental problems. Do you think that I said that you support Trump?
Do you think that I support Trump?
Are we arguing about whether you support Trump or not?
Well, I feel like that's the framing that you're trying to give right now.
No. So I'm going to ask you, do you think I even imply that you support Trump?
Yes.
How?
You are implying that me trying to basically reform the Republican Party is inadvertently helping Trump in some way, correct?
Are you a troll?
No. Are you saying that I'm hurting the Republican Party by doing this?
I don't think you're making any effect whatsoever.
You think I'm making any effect whatsoever? You think I'm having if I was to if I were to put any effort into this at all, I wouldn't have any effect.
I don't think that, well, putting you aside, I don't think that people who made this effort and other people made this effort and are still, I think, futilely, and more realizing that it's futile. But at no point did I imply you support Trump. Agreed?
I think that, well, okay, sure. We'll say that there's been no direct implication.
Yeah, so I don't know why you're like, do you think I support Trump? I'm just like, you questioned whether or not, you were like 50-50 Republicans support Trump. You said that, remember? Remember you said that?
Well, I would say, 50-50, not necessarily approve of Trump action, but there are a lot of Republicans out there who are very queasy about certain actions taken by this administration.
You said 50-50. What are you talking about 50-50?
That was anecdotal.
And what do you mean it's anecdotal 50-50? What are you talking about?
When I talk to Republicans in real life, not online, but in real life, and I ask them okay, so what do you think about Trump doing this, or what do you think about Trump doing that? And they're like, I don't know, I don't really know how I feel about that. And that's shit like that gives me hope,
So hope when you when you talk to people in real life, this is who you're talking to. I put it on stream.
I mean the 94%.
You're not.
Hold on.
You're talking to your 3 fingers.
Well, okay. Well, whatever you're showing on screen has a little bit of delay on it.
Okay.
3 fingers. Here we are. You see, I'm talking to myself. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Or people, or the 7% of people who are willing to say that they don't support Trump, who are Republicans.
Okay, you think 7% is insignificant?
No, I think it's not insignificant in the sense of
here's
the
another
literal
question.
definition.
Do you think that we are unwilling to work with the Democrats for the sake of saving our country?
Okay, I want to be clear about what I mean by insignificant. For me, significant is 5%. Okay, that's what I mean by significant, 5%.
Okay, so what was the difference
wait
between the vote?
Wait a second.
Okay, what was the difference between the vote and the last election?
Holy shit. Significant in the sense of a significant percentage. Yeah, it's under the technical definition of significant, which I put at 5%, it's technically significant. But when people say, does it make a difference in terms of anything in the Trump's positioning? Does it make a difference in terms of of where the party is going? No, it's literally insignificant in that sense. It's only significant at a statistical level because it's like greater than 5%.
Okay, so when we're talking about the previous, like the percentage of votes between the two candidates in the last election, right? It's 49.8 versus 48.3, right? So it's a 0.5% difference, and then obviously it's not based off the popular vote, it's based off the Electoral College. But
I'm not doing this with you. I'm not doing this with you.
Oh my gosh. Again, I want to ask a question that I asked before. Do you think that me trying to launch a rebellion in the Republican Party, do you think that we'd be entirely unwilling to work with Democrats if needed for the sake of our democracy?
93%. I think it's something. The vast majority of Republicans are Trump loyalists.
Yes.
That's like 80%. Bare
and that's the people that I'm trying to convert.
Okay. Good luck.
And that's the people that you guys have completely given up on.
Good luck. I think
okay,
that...
No, Pisco. Let's make a bet. Hold on. I want to make a bet. I don't know if you're a gambling man or not. Are you a gambling man?
I don't really gamble. I've been to Vegas, but I don't really gamble.
Okay. Let's make a $100 bet. $100 bet that there will be a significant center-right anti-Trump movement that pops up by the time of the 2028 elections.
What do you mean by significant?
By significant as in like running against J.D. Vance as a viable, I would say even like with the ability to win in the primaries by 2028.
Yeah, I'll take the $100. Thanks.
$100? Okay.
Yep.
Well, we'll see. 2028. I'll see you there.
And when you say center, you're not going to include in that DeSantis or any, like that would have to be Chris Christie. That would have to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't. DeSantis. It would depend.
No, DeSantis is a Trumper.
Yeah, DeSantis is a complete Trump shill. I agree. But if let's say in 3 years, DeSantis completely changes entire positions, it would be no. If I'm not saying this in defense of DeSantis, I'm saying okay, let's say you had a politician that completely changes all their positions within 3 years. Would you still consider them like what they were 3 years before, or
if he comes out,
you wouldn't consider J.D. Vance a never Trump Republican because he used to be not, right?
Yeah, if he comes out and starts taking positions.
So if we could pressure a politician, any politician, in the primaries to take the center right position.
When I said no, North. Holy shit! Calm down. Okay. When I said no, it wasn't no. I don't agree with the concept that politicians can change their minds, and I wouldn't evaluate a politician with their stated beliefs. I'm just saying you're insane if you think that DeSantis is going to become an anti-MAGA centrist Republican guy. It's not going to happen.
Well, I'm just saying you don't know what's going to happen either.
Okay.
So,
all right.
It's we'll take that bet. And we'll see.
Okay.
So,
and to answer my question, what would it take for you to dissociate with the Republican Party?
I said it before. Viable
Genocide?
Conservative.
No.
Party alternative.
Absent other party.
Okay, then absent of the thing that I already said. I guess as long as the democratic institutions are still working, then we'll say short of that, are democratic institutions still working?
No, wait. So I'm asking what the Republican Party could do. What could the Republican Party do that would cause
Hold on, wait. My roommate's one.
Oh my God. This is crazy, guys. We're going to go to Shane next. Because, my God.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah, I need my Benjamin. I need my 100. In 3 years' time, it's going to be who can be the most loyal to Trump, and that's going to be the fucking primary.
Oh, sorry. Apparently, I was a little bit too loud when I was talking on the mic.
Okay. No worries. So the question was, put aside this, what could the Republican Party do that would cause you to be I'm not going to call myself a Republican anymore? That's the question.
Okay, well then destroy our democratic institution. Institutions, as in trying to vote doesn't mean anything anymore.
So Trump tried to do that, right? Trump tried to do that. Trump tried to do that. Did Trump try to do that? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, he did try to do that.
Okay,
he didn't succeed.
So it's not enough.
And this is, by the way,
it's not
this
enough.
is not me taking the. I want to be clear. This is not me taking the Ben Shapiro. Trump has already done all the damage that he could already done. So I'm still fighting against Trump.
Let's
at the point that our democratic institutions are no longer viable, then
So
I don't
they-
think
so they have to be
associating with a
successful.
certain party doesn't going to be mean anything anymore, because that
So-
means that you can't enact anything through like ballots.
So no, just to be clear, at the point, the only point in which you would stop with respect to the democratic institution stuff is if they succeed, not if they try. If they genuinely have a concerted effort to try, that wouldn't cause you. Only if they succeed.
Try that, like I can be against it while still being a Republican. Like, okay, remember how you said before, like, why don't you be a conservative Democrat? You know, why can't I be a moderate Republican?
Dude, you are incapable. So why did you just say that?
What?
Why did you just say what you just said? Like, it's responsive. So I'm asking you a question. Like, so it's only at the point at which the Republicans succeed at undoing democracy, or only at the point of success.
That MAGA succeeds at undoing democracy. You're acting like me. Gosh.
So I can never say the Republicans do something, right? Because at least one Republican will be against it. Is that your standard?
Well, you can't say in good faith.
Is that your standard? Yes or no?
Yes, because you can't say in good faith.
I didn't say all
Republicans.
Republicans. I said Republicans. So your standard isn't, oh, I can't say Republicans. It has to be unanimous among all Republicans, right?
Okay, so when I say the statement, Democrats are soft on crime.
Oh my God! Yes, you're talking about
the statement,
some critical mass.
Okay, look, I was
you're
just
not
on a
talking
WIC
about
panel.
every single Democrat, dipshit.
No. I was just on a WIC panel about Democrats being soft on crime. If I say Democrats are being soft on crime, is that not a bad faith argument? Because it's not like encompassing like every single Democrat.
So it's not bad faith to say Democrats are soft on crime if you're referring to some kind of unified set of policies or the critical
But there's not a unified set of policies.
Shut the fuck up. Unified set of policies or some kind of critical mass or some kind of like overwhelming trend among Democrats, not absolute unanimity. That's insane. Would you ever say that? You would never say that, right?
What? So
that I can't say something like, I can't say Democrats are this or Republicans are that unless every single person believes it among the Democratic Party.
Well, you can't say that every single Republican.
I didn't say that. Holy shit. If I don't say all, I say Republicans believe that Trump is fucking amazing. You wouldn't step into that, huh? Well, there's some that
statistically likely, yes.
No, that's not, no. When people refer to Republicans or Democrats, it's a shorthand to mean some critical mass, some large percentage, the movers and shakers. That's what they're meaning, right? So when you responded by, don't say Republicans destroyed institutions, MAGA destroyed institutions. I could just be like, well, you can't prove that all MAGA Republicans are in favor of that, so you can't say MAGA Republicans destroyed institutions. Would you ever accept that argument?
Wait.
Would you accept that argument or not? So
repeat the argument. Slowly.
So we're going to get to my original question, which was only at the point of failure would you stop associating with the Republicans if Republicans actually tried to take down democracy. And you said, not Republicans, MAGA Republicans. You were like, not, because obviously not 100% would agree with that. North,
what I'm trying to say.
Are you following or not? I don't know if you're following.
No, what I'm saying is that the framing of what I'm trying to say is completely false.
No, tell me what I said that was false. So I'm just summarizing what occurred. I was trying to ask you a question about, hey, so only at the point of failure of democratic institutions are you going to dissociate with the Republicans?
Okay, why do you think I said that?
Oh my God!
The reason why I say it because of failure of democratic institutions, not because it would be like more politically advantageous for me to identify with being a Democrat. The reason why I say that is because
holy shit,
there will be no democracy anymore.
Holy shit! Am I talking about your reasons? At any point did I talk about your reasons?
Well, yeah, because you don't care about my reasons.
No, but it's just like your mind is going 1,000 places. Just pay attention. Pay attention, okay? All I'm doing right now is summarizing what occurred. I'm not trying to say.
You're not summarizing.
I'm trying to
reframe my arguments.
No, I'm trying
the worst way possible.
I'm trying to summarize exactly what occurred, and you're like butting in to be like, and that's why I said that. I said that because I'm just trying to right now summarize the exchange to see if we agree on my representation of it, because I don't think we live in the same fucking reality. So here's what I think happened, and you tell me if you disagree. I was asking you a question, essentially, if only at the point of failure of democratic institutions, on behalf of Republicans, would you stop calling yourself a Republican? And you butted in to say, not Republicans, it would be MAGA. Is that what happened?
I'm saying MAGA Republicans, which currently encompasses the Republican Party, are the ones that are pushing this. Yes.
Sorry, what do you think I just asked?
What do you think you just asked?
I asked, is that what happened? And you didn't answer it. You were like,
what do you mean? You okay? What do you mean? Is that what happened? That the Republican Party or that MAGA or what?
I'm gonna now repeat for like the third time.
Okay, yeah, sure. Please,
what I'm doing right now is not making an argument. I'm just trying to summarize our conversation. Do you understand that?
Well, okay. It certainly sounds like you're trying to make an argument. But all right, yeah, sure. Continue.
I right now, I'm just making sure that we like agree with the chronology of the conversation. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? He's not trolling, guys. He's not a troll.
Okay, because when you're trying to quote unquote reframe or summarize the conversation.
Why are you quoting reframe?
Sorry, what you're doing is you're trying to reframe my points in like the worst possible manner. That's what you're doing.
I'm not. So you can say no, that's not what happened. I'm not characterizing it fairly, and you can explain this is why you're not characterizing it fairly.
Saying, but,
no, but you didn't say. So I'm asking you. So identify the part that isn't true. So I said I was trying to ask a question. It's a meta conversation. I'm not actually asking the question right now. We will get to it, but it's so fascinating to me, these conversations, because like you can see how they get off the rails. I'm asking you why, or if it's the case that you would only at the point of failure of democratic institutions stop associating and calling yourself a Republican. And you said, no, not Republican, MAGA. And you said, did that happen?
MAGA Republicans, but yes.
That's what occurred. No, I didn't ask because I'm just asking if that's how the conversation went.
Yes, that is how it occurred.
Okay, so that's what happened. And then in response you said because it would just be, it wouldn't be Republicans. It wouldn't be all Republicans who would do it. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And then I was like, that's a ridiculous standard. We don't just because we say Republicans did this, Democrats did this, that doesn't mean that we think every single Democrat or Republican did that. So I was questioning that objection. And what's your response to it?
When you say that Republicans are doing this, and I'm currently you say Republicans are currently trying to destroy our democratic institutions, and I'm a Republican that's trying to fight against that. Would you frame me as a Republican who's trying to? Would you say that, because I'm part of the Republican Party, I'm trying to destroy democratic institutions?
No.
Well, I feel like that's the implication there.
No, it's not. It's not.
Is that the implication there?
No, it's not. Just because I say Republicans, if I said something like this, like MAGA thinks this, I couldn't ever say MAGA this or that because not every MAGA, right? So that's not a standard of word. Like when we're talking about groups, like, I don't know, communists think this, Republicans think this, Democrats think this. We're necessarily, it's like a category that it's an imperfect kind of metric to get to some kind of critical mass, some kind of organizing principle or organizing central
thing.
thing.
I want to disrupt that critical mass. And I'm the ones currently...
Oh my God.
Okay, the Democratic Party is completely abandoned at all trying to convert the MAGA base, correct?
Why? So you're never going to answer my questions, right?
What do you mean?
Okay, so I'll ask one last, and then you can ask me whatever questions you want, and we'll move on. Okay. So my last question is it true that only at the point of failure, like that is to say, the Republicans, some critical mass, so just to be sure, not every single Republican.
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. I said that before.
Okay, so the question is why only at the point of failure?
Then we don't have a democracy anymore. We're authoritarian. There's nothing left. There's no point of associating with being I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat. There's just no democracy anymore. So what's the point of associating with being a Democrat or associating me with a Republican when there's no democracy anymore?
Well, I suppose that you could get some. I mean, like people still affiliate with the Nazis.
There's no democracy anymore.
Wait. Do you agree that people are part of a party outside of the Democratic context? Yes or no?
Wait, you could be a part of a party.
Do political parties exist outside of a democratic framework?
Okay, yes, this is something I want to talk about.
Okay.
Yes, there are parties out there, but we also could agree: are those parties viable politically?
Dude, I'm asking, if the Republicans did some kind of one-party state, you could still be or not be a member of the party, right?
I don't think they would be a one-party state. I think they would just take over.
But I did have breakfast. But I did have breakfast. Do you understand what is meant by the word if?
You say, if and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, wouldn't we? I can hear you.
This is crazy.
I can hear your face.
This is an insane conversation. This is like this is crazy town. All right, you can ask whatever questions you have.
Okay. Do you think that Democrats have completely abandoned like trying to convert, or at least Democratic influencers like you, Destiny, whatever, have given up completely on trying to convert Republicans into being like sane?
No.
I guess. Now, you think they haven't completely given up on that?
No, I mean they're
Why?
going. I think Destiny Today is doing the Unfuck America tour, and that part of that is engaging with Republicans, and so I think that they've abandoned like, and I mean I'm abandoned years ago, like working with Trump or like trying to do a deal with Trump people who are like sycophants.
No, I've never said working with Trump.
But like I go to Tim Pool to convert some small part of his audience, and I'm sure it's fractions of a percent, but I have gotten messages about that. So no is the answer to your question.
Okay. Well, I personally think so. I think that a lot of the pro-Democrat content creators online have completely abandoned trying to convert any sort of Republican base to try to be sane. And that's basically my goal, is to try to convert those MAGA people. I don't know. I just don't understand the massive moral objection. And then you're coming from this acting like, maybe it's because of what I've said before, that this thing that I want to create wouldn't be willing to work with the Democrats for the sake of saving our institution or our republic.
You can't even commit to voting for Democrats this next coming election.
Because I would put my focus on getting a Republican or moderate Republican candidates being promoted. That's where I would put my effort in. You can you're
my political enemy.
You?
No, you're my political enemy because you need to support the viable alternative, which are the Democrats. That's your if you care about this republic, that's what you got to do. You got to vote for Democrats. Agreed?
Well, I want to launch a rebellion within the Republican Party. That's where I'm getting my voters from.
No, but at the point of the election, you're going to vote for the Democrat, aren't you?
Or I will convince a large. Well, it depends.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know what the next election is going to look like. You're asking me to make a commitment to something where I don't know what it's going to look like in the future. Neither do you.
Okay. You're lost, bro. Your country's being stolen.
You're trying to get me to get a commitment to, like I've said before, that if I could do it again in the 2024 election, I would vote for Kamala Harris, right? Like I've said that before. You know I've said that before. And in the future, in a future election, if we are unable to get a center right, with a backbone, primary candidate like positioned within the Republican Party, then sure, I'd say for the sake of saving our republic, I would probably advocate either abstaining or voting with the Democrats, which ultimately would help you either way.
Abstaining.
Yes.
Would you
rather these Republicans vote with the primary candidate that wants to destroy the Republic, or would you rather them abstain if they refuse to vote for Democrats?
I'd rather them vote for the candidate that's going to protect them, but I mean, that's.
But you would rather vote them to. You'd rather vote for them, have them vote to abstain, than to vote for the candidate that wants to destroy the Republic, right?
Okay, I'm going to be you. But they can vote for Kamala.
Oh, but why don't you answer my question?
But they can vote for Kamala.
I'll do what you did.
And the reason I say that,
Pisco, answer my question, Pisco. You're dodging.
I think you're trying to reframe me as being something or that thing, and they could vote for Kamala. Do you understand how fucking annoying it is when like we can't even have a conversation because you can't answer? No. So the answer is obviously I would prefer them abstaining than voting for. Like why do you even ask that? Like, would you rather them abstain or vote for Trump? Like why even ask that?
Well, because if I'm someone who will advocate for people to abstain rather than vote for Trump,
but why wouldn't you advocate for them to vote for the opposition? That's obviously what I'm getting at.
Well, I could say
because you're virtue signaling.
Because
this is why, and it's the same thing with Connor. It's the same thing with Connor.
Hold on. So let's say if I were to be able to convince 20,000 people to vote for the Democrats, right? Or I could convince like 100,000 people to abstain in the election. Which one would you prefer?
I think mathematically it would be the 100,000 abstentions.
Okay, so when it comes to if center right Republicans were able to be if I were to present an argument to them saying, okay, you can either vote for the Democrats or you could abstain, most of them would prefer abstaining than voting for the Democrats, correct?
I don't know. What are you saying? Most of them would prefer abstention to voting for
if
Democrats?
You're trying to convince a Republican.
I have no idea who you're convincing and what they're likely to do.
Okay, you're not engaging with my question at all.
I'm not sure it's
No. You're not engaging with my question at all. This is the thing that you were accusing me of doing before. Look, if you were to convince, if I said, okay, I could either convince like 100,000 Republicans to not vote at all, to abstain from the election, or convince 20,000 to vote for the Democrats, you would obviously want me to, you said before that you would want me to convince them to abstain. And we could agree, or do you agree that it would probably be easier to convince them to abstain than to vote for the Democrats? Can you agree on that?
All else equal, my intuition is that it would. It depends on the specific voter, but all else equal, I'm guessing it's easier to move them not to vote at all than it is to move for the opposite party if they're already dug in MAGA people. But I don't know why that affects what you would do. Like, why would you advocate for one versus the other? You could advocate for both. One as a backup.
If we're talking about
this is so stupid.
All right, I'm achieving political outcomes, right? Obviously, I wouldn't advocate for the political outcome that would end up being worse.
Great. So
right?
your message is
right?
don't vote. Don't vote. Abstain from voting. Great. It's not so easily.
If I could,
I'll give you the last word. This is we're beyond it. This is so fucking boring.
If I could convince 100,000 Republicans to not vote, or I could convince 20,000 Republicans to vote Democrat, obviously you would want me to vote for the ones to. You want me to push the messaging for them to not vote at all.
You're acting as though the messaging for one is mutually exclusive with the other. That if I advocate for voting for the Democrat, I can't.
Because if you don't have unified messaging, this is an example of the Democratic Party. If you don't have unified messaging, then shit breaks. That's what happens.
Yeah. I'm not convinced. Messaging. I'm not convinced that saying "don't vote" is a good campaign strategy. Abstain. It's not a very positive message.
Yeah, me convincing Republicans to not vote, that totally helps the Democratic Party.
You won't do shit. You won't convince anyone.
You want to do shit? Okay, yeah, that's it. $100 bet. 228.
Your wife is in my DMs. All right, any last words?
No.
All right.
Have fun. Stay safe.
Later, brother.
Yeah.
Stay good. We'll do the Adam review, but I want to get these callers first. What up, Shane?
Oh, shit. Where'd you go?
I'm here, bro. I'm right here.
Oh, shit. I just got sucked out.
Yeah, you just got sucked into the stream. What up?
Damn. I just want to give voice to some of the cowards in chat because I think they're asking some somewhat interesting questions about the First Amendment stuff.
Yeah.
In terms of like where the line is and how would a public official express a private opinion on a public matter?
Yeah.
Because like J-Mac was talking all on some like, oh, I always perceive whatever the fuck happens on
the J-Mac with a K.
Right. Oh yeah, J-Mac.
Yeah. I think that there's an interesting, like, every legal question is like this, right? That there's always going to be hard cases and easy cases for every legal standard. You can imagine for like even something horrible like CSAM, right? CSAM has a specific definition that, it has to appeal to lascivious content. It needs to be like of a minor, but like, is someone's posting the picture of their baby in a bathtub? Is that CSAM? Like it's kind of unclear. Like sometimes there could be hard cases where if it's not lascivious in nature, maybe if it's not intended to be, there can be some edge cases for that, for incitement, right? Like when is it so obvious that this is like an imminent call to lawless action? How imminent does it need to be? Does it need to be in the next minute, the next 2 minutes, 10 minutes? So every legal doctrine has a line drawing problem, and we start to approximate that line with cases. And the difference here is that, like, when you have a tough case, I can genuinely say, okay, that's a tough case, but it doesn't defeat like the whole principle, which is when you have an obvious coercive effort from the government, if that's a clear case of coercion, it doesn't matter that like we have some hypotheticals in which it would be unclear case. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, absolutely. But I'd like to probe your mind because
Yeah.
I'm not an attorney or a good listener.
Hit me.
So I kind of missed you going over that case earlier in the stream.
Sure.
The New York lady in the NRA.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm echoing a little bit,
if
so
there
just
were,
keep that in mind. I don't know.
oh yeah, you're in my car here. Hold up. Is that any better?
Yeah, I think it's going to be better. All right, hit me with your questions.
If there were no sort of like call to action or quo, if it were all quid,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just saying, you know, this shit is bad, but not that it needs to stop.
I think
Could you see that crossing the line?
Yeah, I think that
That
if
effect?
yeah, so basically you're saying take the Jimmy Kimmel part out of it. And they just like, it's kind of this thinly veiled thing where it's like, you know, we could do something. We're looking at stuff, you know, who knows? Stuff can happen. We might take some action. I think that's a harder case. I think
like more in the traditional style of this administration.
I think that is a good way to say it. It's more traditional in that, or maybe of the first administration or some of the actions. I think some of them, they've been quite blatant about it. But that kind of ambiguity helps the administration because it gives them a cleaner record in court. I would still think, right, if it later came out that ABC canceled Jimmy Kimmel's show, and there's some statement vaguely gesturing at that, or let's say like in response to a question from Benny Johnson, they say something like, you know, the FCC, you know, we have a lot of power, we can do stuff, so I don't know, some of these organizations might need to think about stuff. Like in that case, I'm not going to give the administration the benefit of the doubt, and I'm basically going to say, in that kind of context, I would almost certainly, I can imagine myself saying that this is because of coercion from the government. For me, it's at this point in the administration, they've done it so many times that we don't have to play dumb with their kind of self-serving statements or their kind of ambiguous shit. We know what they're doing. So yeah, if they like didn't say anything at all, or if they affirmed the broadcaster's rights to do whatever they want, if they were like, listen, we don't think they should air this, but I want to be clear, at the FCC, we never do viewpoint discrimination. If that were their position, I'd be like, okay, that's better. But yeah.
And then is there any case for the private versus public nature of the communication? Whereas like in the case you cited, it was direct communication with parties who went on to do the harm versus a public statement?
Yeah, I think that there could be, hypothetically. I think the fact that it's a public statement is part of the totality of circumstances that one would take a look at. That if it's a private communication, it's very unlikely that you could make the argument, well, this is just us using government speech, right? So the fact that it's open statement, maybe even like would put in play that it's government speech in a way that wouldn't be as plausible if it's a private communication. Now, private communication can still be government speech, I suppose, but it just like, I think that argument has more force if it's public, and it's more plausible, I think, if it's public, but it's not nearly dispositive. So in this case, like, yeah, I think that the fact that it's public might give them an argument that this is just government speech, but I don't think it's a particularly compelling one. And yeah, I just don't think it's dispositive, and I don't think the court in this case, in the Volo case, would treat it as dispositive either.
All right, and then the personal private opinion aspect, is there like anything that could be said by a public official to indemnify themselves, like to remove the element of government speech while still discussing this type of issue?
You mean for the government official as in their private capacity?
A private individual, yeah.
Yeah, I think if the FCC chairman made it clear, this is in my private opinion, I want to be clear, this, I'm not representing the FCC when I say this, and this does not extend as far as my duties, I would give more leeway to that being private speech and not even covered by coercive stuff, right? So I do think that there's you know, even government officials have private First Amendment rights, but you would have to make clear that that we're in a situation in which you're speaking in your private capacity. But when you're going on a news show as the chairman of the FCC and making no distinction there, and invoking the powers of your office, yeah, I don't think that it's even close there. These are great questions, by the way.
I think I'm out of anything with any probative value. So,
hey, appreciate your questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, those are the different lines here, and you put them in great boxes. Like, I almost think that those are like a great summary of the different issues. So one are like the nature of the speech itself, how close, how far away is it to a coercion. Next, it's the kind of the setting in which it happens. Does that play a role into whether we would consider it public, government speech or coercion? And then finally, the individuals, and does the fact that individuals have private First Amendment rights, does that implicate this at all? So very interesting questions, and thank you for posing them.
Hasta luego, man.
Later. Okay, see this guy, Test. Yo, what up, Test? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I think we've talked once. Maybe you remember it. I'm the German guy, the globalist cuck.
Oh, yes. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So two things. First of all, it's not that you changed my mind on the First Amendment. It's basically the situation we are now in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry for that. But I'm now way more open to your point of view.
Oh, I appreciate that.
And the thing that worries me is that, from my point of view, imminence is also very vague. So, have you heard of the case with the Minnesota homeless shelter shooting?
No.
Okay, so basically, some news guy said we have a problem with the homeless and.
Brian Kilmeade. Are you talking about Brian Kilmeade?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. This guy said something along the lines of lethal injections. To get rid of them. And like a few hours or maybe 1 or 2 days later, some guy shoots up homeless shelters.
Yeah.
So it's not as is if you said we have this huge problem, we now need to act. But like for me, when you brought up imminence, it has to be some sort of direct evil or danger that has to be fought right now, right?
Yeah, it's like do it right now, imminently, like currently. It's not like if you say that at some indefinite point in the future we should be violent, like we should be killing X, we should be going after Y, we should be going to the homes of people and doing this or that. And I think it's good, and I think that you all should, if you really care about this country, you all should at some point go and murder this, all of that is protected. Because none of it's imminent. It's not an imminent call for lawless violence. It's talking about some indefinite period in the future. It's not talking about go do it right now. So what's very key about Brandenburg and Hess and these other cases, what's very different about them is you're allowed to explicitly advocate for violence, explicitly advocate for lawless action. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to say, I want there to be more murder should happen, more bad stuff should happen. You guys should do crimes. You guys should steal. You guys should be going to beat up Nazis. Like all of that is protected by the First Amendment. All of it. What's not protected, is imminent calls to lawless action, and that doesn't rest on when the people end up doing the action itself. It rests on essentially what is the statement, what are the objective statement in context, and using the surrounding circumstances, what is the import of your statement?
Can you simplify that maybe? Because
So here are the examples. So in Hess, this is the case called Hess versus the state of Indiana, went to the Supreme Court. And this was the first application of Brandenburg by the Supreme Court to a defendant. And Indiana had a disorderly conduct statute where there was this defendant who was demonstrating, let's see, between 100 and 150 people, and a sheriff gave an order to clear the streets. As the sheriff passed Hess was standing on the streets and said words to the effect of, "We'll take the fucking street later," or "We'll take the fucking street again." Witnesses testified that Hess did not appear to be exhorting the crowd to go back into the street, was not addressing any particular person, and though loud, was no louder than anyone else. The court observed that Hess's statement was at best counsel for present moderation, but at worst, it amounted nothing more than advocacy of illegal action at some indefinite future time. So you're allowed to advocate illegal, violent action at some indefinite future time. You're allowed to say, you should go murder people. You're allowed to say that. You're allowed to say that it's good that people be murdered and justify it retroactively. All of that is, and I can see some people in the chat being like, "Oh my God," like hot tuna, these idiots. It's crazy. No, that is all protected. That's what Brandenburg is protecting, guys. It's protecting you saying something like, this is what actually happened in Brandenburg was there were some Klansmen at a rally, and this is the quote, "We are not a revengeant organization, but if our president, our Congress, our Supreme Court continues to suppress the white Caucasian race, it's possible there might have to be some revengeance taken. We are marching on Congress July the 4th, 400,000 strong." And basically they were all like showing pistols, shotguns, and ammunitions. You're allowed to advocate for violence, for revenge, for illegal action. Now, all of that is protected.
Okay, but okay, I think I have to go through some cases to better understand it, because to me it doesn't make sense yet. If I said we have to, for example, beat up Pisco in 5 days, would this be protected? It's not imminent from my point of view.
So that would not be incitement. That would be a true threat. Why? So it could be considered potentially like some kind of conspiracy, but a true threat, it means you are conveying to me, right? You're conveying to me that you mean to commit an act of unlawful violence. Okay. So if you said it to me, right? If you knew I was watching and you were like, "We're going to go hurt you in 5 days." Okay. That would not be incitement. Agreed? Because it's not an imminent call to lawless action. It's not imminent.
Okay.
And to the extent that it's sanctionable, if you were conveying it to me, right, that would be a true threat, because you're seriously expressing to me, right, to put me in fear that you mean to commit an act of unlawful violence. But let's say that you're not conveying it to me. Let's say that you're conveying it privately. Well, now we're in the domain of conspiracy, right? Where you are having a meeting of the minds to actually do a criminal act. And then we have to meet the tests for conspiracy. So those are the 3 different categories that it might fall in. But it wouldn't be incitement, right? Let's go beat up Pisco in 5 days. If you were conveying that to me, true threat potentially. Not incitement, not imminent. Could be conspiracy if you meet the tests for conspiracy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then the question to me is, what would be incitement? Because if I don't have like a temporal point of view, then how would I know if something is imminent?
So what do you mean if you don't have a temporal point of view?
Sorry, maybe my words were not clear. Was the difference between my case and your case that because of the time I brought in, that there is an immediate there's a threat to you, or what's the difference?
So I gave a bunch of different examples, and I understand, Sock, that I'm not saying all the elements of Brandenburg. And by the way, the Supreme Court has never like given the however many factors it considers the test. It just gives us the statements in these in Claiborne Hardware, in Hess, and in Brandenburg itself. And so I'm not saying that it's formalized in any kind of way. I'm just referring to the imminence element. But we gave a bunch of different scenarios under your example, right? The scenario in which you say to your audience, let's say that you're a streamer, right? and you say, y'all should go beat up Pisco in 5 days, you're advocating that in some later date, 5 days, but not imminent, people do illegal action. Now, if you weren't attempting to convey that to me, and you weren't attempting to put me in, to make a kind of serious, that you mean to commit an act of unlawful violence and that you are serious about it, then it's not really a threat, right? If you didn't intend to put me in fear, if you didn't intend to convey that to me, then it's not a threat, correct? In that sense? Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
The guy Lost Zode in Twitch chat brought up the point which I wanted to address. I think that there's like this arbitrary line of
Everything's gonna
when
be that.
there is imminence.
Yes. So is it 1 minute? Is it 10 minutes? There's not like an actual specific, set of time that the court has. The court has not defined it for us. But imminence.
Okay, and now
imminence means
now
it's about to
there's-
happen. So 5 days is not going to be imminent. You can
Okay.
you can play with this and be like, okay, then is it 1 day? Is it? I'm not going to give you a satisfying answer. I can't give you an answer because the court has never said specifically what whether imminence means this or that. But it's the same thing with every other reasonable, every other like legal framework. Is that there's some gray areas where it's unclear, but there's clear cases and unclear cases. Very clear that if I'm directing you to do something now, go kill such and such, go do this. Currently, I'm telling you to do it right now, then that's imminent. If I say, we have only 10 minutes, go, that probably is imminent. If it's like go do it in a year, not imminent, right? Agree?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So all I'm trying to suggest to you is there are hard cases, easy cases. Doesn't disprove the legal test. Maybe there's some disagreement about what imminence is, but in your example, in a day, I would even say like, in 5-6 hours. I think it really needs to be within like, if it were me making the test, I would say within like 20 minutes. That would be like 20-30 minutes.
Okay, now the main point I wanted to address with this line of arguments is,
or a couple hours.
I have
maybe.
the feeling.
I'm thinking it out, but like if the action necessitates, carries along with it some amount of time to have it be completed, I'm not sure you could put a definite period of time on it. I think it's relative to what you're asking them to do. So I just think it needs to be like now, basically.
And that's my main issue with this way of framing the First Amendment, is that I think SCOTUS is like a guy that draws a line in the sand, and then there's this Trump administration, and SCOTUS says, "Oh, the Trump administration won't jump over that line." Trump jumps over that line. SCOTUS takes a step back and draws another line in the sand, and they will say, "Oh, Trump won't jump over that line," and they will repeat the cycle over and over again. So what worries me is that SCOTUS can just say, "Okay, we'll set the imminence standard at some time that the Trump administration won't reach, but then in the next step they can adjust that timeline so that the Trump administration will never reach that point of imminence."
Yeah, but you're right to say that that's true of like, to the extent that's happening. I think that some of that is happening. I don't think you're wrong about that. That's not specific to incitement. It's just basically saying the Supreme Court is giving Trump so many benefits of the doubt because a lot of the case law and doctrines are necessarily like not defined to their like very, very, very specific level of generality. And he's making, taking advantage of some of the potential ambiguities there. So that's a correct observation. I just don't know how it relates to incitement.
Well, if, let's say, the Trump Trump himself already probably incited a violent insurrection,
Yes,
right?
yes.
What if the Trump administration said, incitement, like the way from the Capitol to from the protest location to the Capitol, that's longer than 20 minutes, and we've set our arbitrary line to 20 minutes. Like, okay, this is then not
they
incitement to violence.
If they ruled that way, then because of the Supreme Court, technically, I guess it wouldn't qualify as incitement. Though I think that it would conflict with some of their precedent there. But they could rule that way. But I'm just sorry. How does that? And just to be clear for my audience, I do think that Trump incited. It doesn't have to do with how explicit Trump was with respect to his message in terms of support of violence or illegal action. It has to do with, again, the elements of incitement, not how evil the speech was, how bad and direct the call for violence was. It's not, the incitement test isn't about that. You have to just follow the words of the Supreme Court. But to your point, yeah, the Supreme Court could find some bullshit to make sure that he probably will never be charged with incitement. There's currently a case, I think it's called U.S. v. Thompson, that's, it went to the D.C. Circuit, and that's a civil case accusing Trump of incitement, and the district court did find that he incited, as did, by the way, the Colorado Supreme Court, that was ultimately overturned in the Anderson decision based on other factors, on Section 3 grounds, the Anderson case. But the only rulings that have considered whether Trump incited, I believe this is true, have decided that he did incite, and that's the D.C. court that I'm aware of in U.S. v. Thompson, and that's percolating. So the Supreme Court might reach the merits of that case at some point. I'm not sure, but we'll see.
Okay, and the second point I wanted to bring up, which is, I think it's not directly related to the topic, but I think you brought up what happened if, like the thought experiment, what would an alien think of a situation if it came to Earth and observed a certain observed something. Like, for example, with the Second Amendment. Right now, the Second Amendment is under fire with the trans issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you brought up aliens when it came to finding some way of finding whether something applied or not. And I wondered, the reason why the Second Amendment is under fire is because of mental health issues, right? And this doesn't make much sense to me, because from my point of view, if an alien came to Earth and looked at two people, one that said, "I will change my outward appearance to match the other sex," and the other person said, "I believe in an invisible man in the sky who talks to me regularly," I think the alien would assume that the second person would be mentally unfit to hold a weapon, because this is very similar to a psychosis. So you could say, in theory, that religious people seem to have some mental issues and therefore should not be eligible to own a weapon, which to me seems weird, right?
So basically you're saying that under the notion of mental delusion, which is to believe something that entails a contradiction, right? I'm assuming that that's what you mean by like a delusion. And there are people who say, for example, that belief in God is delusional and entails a contradiction or something like that. I think that there's another, not just that it entails a contradiction or that there's overwhelming evidence to the contrary or something like that. There's some definition of delusion that we can come up with, but the Second Amendment isn't, it doesn't say that people who have delusions can't own guns. It has to do about the specific mental infirmities that would lead one to be like inherently dangerous. That's the kind of what the test is. And it's even more specific if you take a look at Bruin, which is the I guess the seminal recent case on it. It's more about like what historically kinds of regulations did we allow for at the founding era. And so it'd just be kind of a question of, is the kind of mental delusion entailed in belief in God the kind that the framers would have recognized as being disqualifying of gun rights? And the answer for that is almost certainly not, right? Like the framers would not have considered belief in a higher power to be some kind of I don't know, mental infirmity that would disqualify one for ownership of a gun. They would never have abided that, I think, in terms of their Second Amendment, how they saw the Second Amendment. But I do think that it's not strictly speaking like the mental illusions or delusions that were present in the in the founding era. There's something more to it. It's not just anyone who has a mental illness can't have a gun. There was a recent decision from the Supreme Court. What is it called? It's about the guy who had like a restraining order on them. Oh my God. Gun case, restraining order. Rahimi, the Rahimi case, where they further elaborated on the like domestic violence basis to remove a gun, but it has to do with your inherent dangerousness. And so I think if you could make a case, like if it were the case, right, that trans people in general, there was like a statistically massive increase in violence associated with, or I should say, the use of firearm or something like that. I think that maybe the Supreme Court would think of that differently, and they might treat different mental illnesses differently.
Okay, like if I brought up a statistic that said most crimes are committed by white Christian men, then and I said, okay, with white atheist men this doesn't happen, but with white Christian men, and we also have the underlying notion that they believe in an invisible man in the sky. Like this could be very
predictive. Do you think it would be predictive? A white person who believes in God, what do you think the predictive power would be of that and potential gun violence, or the quote unquote like inherent danger in them owning the gun? I'm not sure that it's that predictive. I mean, a lot of white God. What's that?
God might order them to kill someone. I mean, there are enough delusional people who thought exactly that. I think wasn't it? There were many shootings where people shot at mosques who were extremely religious and thought God ordered them to kill the Muslim people.
Right, but the rule you would implement would sweep up probably, I don't know, 80% of gun owners. Or at least I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's my argument. Why arguing with the mental illness is not viable. I would implement some mandatory check for everyone, so we don't include mental illnesses, because this would, depending on who classifies mental illnesses, this might also include people that believe in an imaginary man in the sky who they talk to. So this doesn't make much sense to me.
Because there are some things that you would consider delusions, that it's possible that someone could be inspired by their belief in God to kill someone. Therefore, we can't draw a line based on mental illness ever.
Sorry, what do you mean?
So I think that as long as if the mental illness is something like schizophrenia, would you say that schizophrenia is like normal religious belief?
It depends on how you define schizophrenia. If you define it as
DSM,
a person who believes in invisible people who they talk to, then this is pretty similar to someone talking to God, I think, just from the definition.
Okay, let me look at the criteria for DSM-5. Disorder class, schizophrenia spectrum. Huh?
Wouldn't it be ICD-10 or ICD-11?
I don't know. I just want some notion of schizophrenia that'll help me. I'm not an expert here. I just want to know, like, in general, what it looks like. Is that okay?
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Schizophrenia or spectrum psychotic disorder. 2 or more of the following, each present for a significant portion of time during a 1-month period or less if successfully treated. At least one of these must be 1, 2, or 3, where 1, 2, or 3 are delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech. Those are the 1 through 3, which, as an example, frequent derailment or incoherence. 4, grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior. 5, negative symptoms. And so that's A. And B, for a significant portion of the time since the onset of the disturbance, level of functioning in one or more major areas, such as work, interpersonal relations, or self-care, is markedly below the level achieved prior to the onset. C, that it has to have a duration for at least 6 months. And yeah, so it feels like that is not true of all religious believers. They don't have that B. You need to have some kind of dysfunction, not just that you have delusions and hallucinations.
Okay, wait, I have to look at it myself. Sorry. Uh, but couldn't you argue that this organized speech could entail preachings at churches where random paragraphs out of a fictitious book are phrased and interpreted in some way?
I mean, it's possible, but I just think that where the level of function is not markedly below a level on onset. I mean, I can imagine there's some schizophrenic religious.
Wait, hold up. Most religious people voted for Donald Trump. There is there is missing functions.
I don't consider that to be the kind of like clinical level of functioning.
I'm just joking, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a different. I don't know. There's going to be problems. It feels like you like to do this spectrum thing or this like when does a water drop become a puddle, that kind of shit. Like, not super interesting to me. Like, yes, there'll be some line in terms of when it is that mental illness will be a basis to remove your guns, and it's not entirely clear all the time. I think that there are easy cases and there are hard cases. I think someone with schizophrenia that's like of a certain level of severity, that's probably an easy case. The regular religious believer, probably not. And that's probably an easy case in the sense that like we shouldn't take away their gun rights. But I don't know. I can't define the line exactly. But if that's all we're doing here, like, is that all we're doing?
I just wanted to get your opinion.
Okay.
But thanks a lot for the talk.
No,
and,
appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All right, have a good one. Bye-bye. Okay, we have 2 more callers. No one else joined. Thank you. Yo, what up? Hello?
Hello.
Can I help you?
Wait, 1 second. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what's up? DRT0.
I wanted to ask you, do you think there's like a difference in how Democrats and the left are handling Trump between the first term and now?
Yes.
In what sense? Because to me, it seems like maybe they use some arguments like, oh, he did this the first term, so we already know how it is. But I think like the environment is pretty much like deja vu from back then.
It feels like the Democrats, at least initially, were more resistant to Trump in the first term than the second term, and more willing to like oppose and certainly to do a potential government shutdown in the first term than the second. It seemed like the Democrats are much more wary of potential conflicts with Trump this time than the first time. That's just my intuition, though. I can't like scientifically prove that.
Oh, you think they're even weaker now than before?
At least, yeah, I think that their rhetoric and their action has been more scared and fearful and trepidatious. That's my intuition. It's just living through both terms.
Yeah, I would agree. I was thinking that people mostly had the opposite idea, but I think that they should be going harder than even back then, because we saw like what happened back then. It wasn't enough, and it led to a second term. So
yeah, I totally agree with that.
There should be a new approach.
Well, I think they should go harder for sure.
What do you think this new approach should look like?
I think, well, I don't know if it's, what is it new? It's just like they should constantly be on offense all the time, not giving like an inch on their talking points, not voting for any of their measures or cabinets, basically doing whatever they can to grind everything to a halt. That wasn't true initially. Now it seems like they're more willing to do so, but we had votes for the continuing resolution. Even in the House, I think there was one vote by Jared Golden from Maine's 2nd District. There were votes for the Lake and Riley Act, which was insane to do. Votes for Marco Rubio, like almost unanimous for Rubio. So the Congress was voting in a way such to align themselves. The rhetoric-wise, you had people like Gavin Newsom initially come out and be like, "Oh, let's try to talk. Let's be nah." That was weakness as well. You want to try to debate for sure. You want to try to push. That was my problem with his interview with Charlie Kirk, as well as Cenk's interaction with the right. And so in terms of rhetoric and action, it seemed like the Democrats were much more scared, much more unwilling to take strong stances. And if you go beyond the government officials to the Democratic members of, I don't know, the intelligentsia and shit, it seems like a lot of them are scared. If those who work in news organizations, who work at universities, that kind of stuff, they seem a lot more cowed. The law firms, right? Law firms were a big part of the opposition to Trump in the first term, and a lot of them bent the knee in response to Trump's targeting. So I think it's getting better in terms of the response. We just need more resistance, more opposition, more protests, all that stuff. So I don't know if it's a new approach. It's just more opposition, more anger, that kind of shit.
Do you think, besides the particular actions that they could do or they are doing, do you think there's a problem with their style or their tone, their image? To I think Democrats have this image of the soft people, the people who are pretentious. So
Yeah.
even when they righteously complain about something that has merit, a lot of people, at least those that are less maybe educated or less aware of what's going on, they just see someone like a screaming liberal meme.
Yeah, I think that their vibes, I mean, I'm not the vibe doctor because my vibes, I don't think are always immaculate, and I can come off a bit shrill to people. I don't know if I'm the best person to diagnose them, but personally, I think that they have a brand problem, and that's evident by their polling. I think some people view them as inauthentic. I certainly view the Democratic Party right now as kind of weak and old. And so in terms of the vibes, I want more people who are taking the fight to Trump in terms of their vibes, in terms of what they say. I don't want, and some of the people, when they start swearing and trying to act base, it comes across as very fake. When they swear, when they don't can I say that? Can I say fuck? That kind of shit. Whereas when Governor O'Malley, Martin O'Malley, when we were doing those interviews, when he said fuck, that was it felt authentic. And it felt like this is a real dude saying, and same thing with Gavin Newsom when he is talking shit. I think that's all good. So if you're asking me, are the vibes off? I think the vibes are off, and I think a lot of it's a personnel issue in terms of age and ability to be on camera. We can't have these Congress people keep calling in on their shitty webcams with no skills to be in front of a camera. Just it seems like that's not good. But again, that's coming from someone who is not a PR genius. I'm not pretending that I'm super knowledgeable about how Democrats should appear,
Yeah. I think they need a radical rebrand, but as you say, maybe that's impossible with the current members, because I'm trying to think how the leaders Schumer or the other guy would come off if they try to be crude or rude like Republicans are.
Yeah, I think that it should be authenticity number one. People respect authenticity in a way that if I try to be someone that I'm not, it would come across. If Chris Murphy starts to use a bunch of gamer words all the time and be like, "Hey, fellow kids," it's gonna come across as inauthentic. And I think that there's people who try to fit the times by just doing something that's just totally not fitted to who they are as a person, that shows very, very clearly. So, and I think it's also true, by the way, of a lot of Republicans who try to emulate Trump. It doesn't come off. It's almost like uncanny valley level. So I would say authenticity above everything first. And then beyond that, just a willingness to sticking to Trump in whatever way that is. And to the extent that it's a personnel issue, I think it's correlated with age, and people need to step the fuck down. Someone also who I think has horrible vibes is Richie Torres. There's some Democrats who are in Congress. It's just like I don't understand what their purpose is in life, and they're not particularly charming. They're not particularly like well spoken. They aren't being aggressive enough, and it just seems that they're vibe terrorists. So yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's a overarching problem that has different attendant circumstances for different members of Congress, including age, including overall authenticity, including vibes, and including just like what the fuck you're doing here.
I think some of them, or I guess they do have like appeal, but the appeal isn't the popular appeal that Trump has. They appeal to people who are more like cerebral, more issue orientated. Because, for instance, the Rich Torres guy, even if we ignore like the Palestine stances, he has like some fans. Like I watch Scott Galloway. He's like supposedly his favorite politician, even
He's
though
Scott Galloway's favorite politician.
Yeah, even though it's mind-boggling to other Democrats.
Okay.
Did
you happen to see the Adam Friedland interview?
Yeah.
I thought that was so bad for Torres. I don't think Friedland was good, but like Torres came across as like alien. It was insane.
I on one hand he was very stiff and like unresponsive, but on the other it was a bit like I think like another less what can I say, politician who isn't that put together, he would have like crumbled even more. Like I think he stood his ground a bit.
I thought that like he came. I think he came across very bad and non-empathetic at all. I'm not saying Adam came across well in that interview, but I just think that his jokes didn't land. It felt like he was trying too hard. Like he was incredibly defensive, and like unwilling to. We just have a disagreement. We should move on. Then we should move on. Yeah, like it was just. It felt like a kind of inability to read the room, and I was highly disturbed by his reaction.
It wasn't like, as I said, it's not the environment that these people appeal to. They appeal to like the Wall Street guys, the professors and the like college rooms.
Yeah, I hear you. What's your disagreement?
I had this disagreement with Hutch, so I wanted to ask you as well. Like, what do you think of the strategy of reciprocating MAGA policy? Hutch.
Oh, Hutch, got it.
What do you think about the what do you think firstly about like the disavowal discourse that's been going on with Destiny?
With Destiny, I understand part of it, which is this. I think there are two major components that I really agree with him on. Number one is double standard discourse, hypocrisy. So that part is true. So I understand the frustration and anger behind it. And then the two thing that I've heard him say a lot, which I also very much agree with, is like the anger discourse and being on offense. Sorry. So it's hypocrisy anger and offensiveness anger. So like it's a level of justified frustration at Democrats not being offensive enough sometimes and Republicans being hypocrites. And those are two, I think, key components of what he's saying, which I, endorse 100%, obviously. And I think that Democrats should be 100% offense. I just don't see the value in because apparently there's some value in saying I will withhold condemnation for these attacks until such time as Trump condemns other random shit. And I'm just like, I don't understand. If you say something is bad and I didn't want it to happen, that's already condemning it, right? So and I've heard him say that. And so what are we actually saying here? Like, don't condemn, you already condemned it. You said it's bad and shouldn't have happened. Is it just like, don't use the specific phrasing, I condemn? Okay, why? Like, it's equivalent statements. Is it because it's cucked, like, framing to say I condemn as opposed to it's bad, it shouldn't have happened? And if you say it's bad and shouldn't have happened, but I won't condemn, you just look like an asshole, I think. And I like, what's the benefit there? I don't see, no one has made the case that it's intuitive to me. You look better when you do that. And if you're willing to say it's bad, it shouldn't have happened, I think you just say, yeah, I condemn it, but like, that's not the problem right now. Like, people get killed, unfortunately.
Do you think there's equivalence between this statement and not condemning Hamas and stuff like that?
I think there are a lot of similarities. Thank you so much. Did Hutch just raid me? If he did, I'm not sure he did. Maybe it's just Hutch people saying hi. Okay. I think there is a minor equivalent. He didn't raid. Okay, got it. My bad. Someone said Hutch crew, and I thought he raided, and I thought that would have been ironic, given that apparently he talked to Hutch. No worries. I think that there's some similarity, right? So the reason is, do you condemn Hamas so effective is it is kind of like a virtue signal-y a little bit, but it provides some baseline of like, well, what are your intentions here? What do you value? And if you're a pro-Palestinian person, I think that there can be some danger in you being conflated with Hamas or whatever, and saying that you just support terrorism or you just support terrorists. And so I think it was effective. I think there's some similarities. The difference, though, I would say, is like in the context of the Palestinian question, I think there are a lot more potential arguments that one can make in the context of the invasion into Gaza, complicating factors, other areas where like you can imagine some kind of principled position to say, listen, I'm not going to do this or that. I'm not going to condemn Hamas just because you said it. But oftentimes people have already condemned Hamas. People like Mehdi Hassan, they say they hate Hamas. Cenk Uygur, same thing. They said they hate Hamas. They just don't want to be forced to like repeat it in front of these people all the time. So I can understand that a little bit. But so basically, to summarize, there are confounding factors in Palestine that like aren't present, I think, for some crazy motherfucker who just shoots a person, a political streamer. Like in the context of Palestine, there's an ongoing political dispute about who controls what and when, and the religious claims over these various different holy sites, et cetera, et cetera. So I just think that in the case of the shooter, it's like an even more clear, emphatic thing. Like, what's the benefit to just throw this guy under the bus? You don't have to throw Democrats under the bus. Throw this crazy person under the bus. There's no harm into throwing him like them under the bus at all. I don't see it.
I think like I think it's basically equivalent because every conversation starts with that, and you have to do it every time. Like Destiny has said what they want him to say, but they want to hear him say it to them as well. They want him like it's like a ritual thing that the liberal has to apologize, and I don't think
now I think you're done with it. I don't think that's true, right? Because I just want to stop you real quick because it's not just he's already said it and he's not going to say it again. That's not what he's talking about. He's saying that we should never say it, but at the same time, he's not being consistent. I don't think, because he's saying it's bad, it shouldn't have happened, but I won't condemn it. That I think, unless he has a different notion of condemn, that doesn't include the notion of it's bad, shouldn't have happened, and then it's just like, okay, well, what do you mean by condemn? That's different than it's bad, shouldn't have happened, other than condemn. And separately, his prescription isn't just don't be forced to say this again. It's like don't even say it at all. So I think that you're understating his position.
I think what he said when pressed on that panel, he said like, I think political violence is insane and it's not like very detrimental. It shouldn't happen, etc., etc. And I want the president to call for us to lower the temperature.
Yeah, he did.
Sides.
Yeah, I think he said that. I think it's his position. But let's get some clarity. Do you think that he thinks that the shooting is bad and shouldn't have happened, and has said as much? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's condemned it, right? In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. So he has condemned it, but he says don't condemn it. Make that make sense?
I think he wants people to not to always when they talk about this to not leave it at that. they should always.
Oh, that I agree with. No, but
bring
no,
it.
hang on. I agree with that. Is don't leave it there. Say it's bad, shouldn't have happened, and then also, but look at Trump and like that's all fine, but that's just the same as condemning. But like he's saying, don't even condemn. But I just think, do you understand what the incoherence I'm pulling out, or the potential contradiction? Maybe there's not a contradiction because you have a different notion of condemn. Is that saying that's bad? It should never have happened. What is that? The difference between that and condemning something? I condemn this. Condemn is a way of indicating disapproval of something. In other words, saying something is bad, right? Disapproving. I disapprove. I think this is bad. And saying, that in the context of an event, I condemn this. It's bad. It should never have happened. They're all kind of equivalent statements,
Yeah, I understand, and I think it gets complicated.
So you agree they're kind of equivalent. So I'm just like, is the problem the specific phrasing or the fact that people are asking him to condemn? Like, what is the?
I think it's the second one.
Okay.
I think it's the second one because I've never seen a Pierce show, for instance, where he demands this from MAGA to condemn people on their side, and if they try to skirt away without doing it, he doesn't beat them over the head like he does for Destiny or
totally agree with that.
Cenk.
Well, no, I totally agree with that. But so the problem is who's asking him to condemn?
Yes, if the environment was, I think that's what he's also said one of these times, that if the environment was that it was like 90% civil and there were like 5% places that were fringe on both sides, that you could be civil, condemnatory, etc., etc. You could do the whole civil game, but since the media environment is so stacked against liberals at the moment, every concession, every concession.
I just don't see it as a concession. So like, why is it a concession to condemn something that we actually do condemn? Like, why is that a concession?
I think because it perpetuates this image of liberals as the side that is the soft side, that is the weak side. Maybe for like.
But why? Because
morally speaking,
the Republicans condemn it too.
They condemn when they get.
When they get killed, right?
Yeah, they don't do it when their side does it, and when they get asked the same questions, they run away from the question in different rhetorical ways.
Got it.
It's never clear cut.
So I just want to answer something in the chat real quick. So, Serial, I'll call you in if you want to call in, but I'm happy to make an exception for you. But sorry, keep going.
Yeah, it's just that even if it's intellectually speaking, we agree that it's the right thing to do, or morally speaking that it's the right thing to do. I think it perpetuates this idea in people's minds, maybe even subconsciously, that one side is the weaker, the softer, basically this side, and people gravitate towards strong people, strong personalities.
Yeah, so let's talk that out. So the asymmetry is the left condemns things on their own side, the right doesn't condemn things on their side, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in that context, you're suggesting that we should accept that this guy, that like we should own this guy, right? We should own him. But I just don't understand like why.
No. You shouldn't own him. You shouldn't engage with them trying to make you own him or not own him. You should refocus the conversation into something else, like he tries to do with Trump.
Okay, is a rule exclusive just to influencers or not to do you think in other words, are you going to condemn Barack Obama and Biden for their statements?
No, I think you're fine to I think I said this to Hutch as well. I think saying like I don't 100% agree with Destiny. So I think you could like do the Obama statement once immediately after, but absolutely every other statement I think should be.
Oh, so you disagree with Destiny because Destiny doesn't say that. Like I think you're minimizing what I understand, and I could be wrong, guys. I could be wrong. What I understand the scope of Destiny's what he's saying to say, which is like not don't say it over and over and over. It's don't say it at all. So I think you're changing the scope of what he's saying.
Well, even if I have to defend his like maximal position, I'm probably like 14. Like I'm close to it, but I'm not 100% convinced that even in the first statement you should maybe not condemn, but you should try to reframe it. So, for instance, the Bernie Sanders statement or the Obama statement, they should have added like one paragraph. I think they should have added another paragraph saying that the violence is coming from the Trump's rhetoric and the right is historically more etc etc. You know the talking points.
There are a couple of things with that. So the first is that if you take the maximalist thing, which is don't condemn at all, there's a temporary.
You're roboting a bit for me.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, what's that?
Roboting a bit. Can you try again? Hello?
Can you hear me or no?
It's roboty, like a robot.
Am I a robot for the stream? Stream, am I a robot? Stream, am I a robot? Testing 1 2 3. Stream.
It might be only for me.
No, not a robot. Okay, let's why don't I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect. Okay. What's up? Hello. Any better?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So let's take this slowly. So there's a temporality problem, I think, if you take the maximalist view of don't condemn, which is you want to be able to, in real time, denounce the violence and not like have to wait for the FBI to do their initial read of the situation before you come out and say something. Because it looks bad if there's a huge violence, like, and the Democrats aren't condemning it right away. Like, you look shitty. And oftentimes in the middle of this, like, we're not going to know who the shooter is. And so there's a big temporality problem if you don't immediately condemn. And people want that condemnation because it is a virtue signal, no doubt. But it's to insulate your group from political attack. Even if you understand that it's a virtue signal, it's to insulate yourself and protect Democrats. So that's a temporality problem. And so that it requires you, I think, in the moment to condemn the violence before you know the ideological motives of the shooter. And if you don't do that, I think you risk looking like an opportunist. And especially if you, in the first statement before you even know the ideology, if you say something like, this is horrible, and this is what happens when you let MAGA do whatever, and all of a sudden, you issue that statement before we know anything. No. Okay, go for it.
On this, like, I don't think they should blame without information the opposite side, even though that's what MAGA does, and they don't seem to get punished for it.
So you're not saying we should lie.
You shouldn't lie, but you shouldn't. Your statement shouldn't be shouldn't leave possibility of interpretation of both sides or 50-50. Every statement should have clear should clearly live in the mind of the reader or the listener that things are not 50-50.
Yeah, I hear you. In that initial response, though, it's like, shooter, live active shooter, 10 people dead,
You're not the breaking news guy. Obama is not breaking news guy, right?
No, but Barack Obama is issuing a statement very close, and like Charlie Kirk has been shot, and the minute we know that Charlie Kirk is shot, everyone is expected to come up with a statement. If you're a politician, right? Agreed or no?
I don't know. Do you know what happened with Melissa Horton?
Yes.
What was the response from MAGA like after it? Did they immediately condemn unequivocally?
It depends who. Some people did, some people did not, for sure. It was inconsistent and like shameful from a lot of the people. But sorry, I just like after the shooting of something, usually there's a question that's asked is like, do you condemn or not? Especially in the absence of information that like squarely gives an ideological core to whoever's taking the action. It feels like there's a desire among politicians to speak out, right?
Do you think like saying political violence is...
Do you agree, yes or no, with what I just said?
That you have to respond?
No, that there's pressure and an expectation that politicians respond. Okay. So
yeah,
in that moment, I think that there is smart politicking done by Democrats to condemn the violence, and if they don't, they leave, regardless of whether the Republicans are consistent. That Democrats are likely to pay a political price for this kind of gamesmanship in a way that Republicans probably are not, because their voters don't give a fuck as much as ours.
I'm not sure how much they give a fuck, or this is like in-group culture thing that people just accept to be true without testing it. And on one side, and on the other side, you can quote, I think condemn. It has two meanings. One meaning is that you can make it sound as though you condemn violence in general, or you can make it sound like or leave the impression that for some reason you're partly responsible and you're apologizing, even if that's not what you're saying.
Okay, so help me out then. So help me craft it. So you personally, right? I'm talking to you. You don't condemn what Obama's statement was. I'll read Obama's statement on Kirk, okay? So this is Obama's statement on Kirk, and we'll just take a look at this and see what he said in response to the action. So, oops. To go from Obama, from Barack Obama, Kirk. So Obama said, "We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children." Do you have any criticism for that statement?
No.
Okay. We'll go to what Joe Biden said about it. Joe Biden said, there is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. Anything that you would criticize about that statement?
No.
Okay, so why not just do that then? Why should I not do that?
I think basically everyone did, and
no, I'm not asking if they did. I'm asking should. Because Destiny's what he's saying is a prescription. I'm not asking did, should. Why shouldn't I do that?
I think as I said, like, it's fine to do that one statement, but you should.
So you should condemn it, right? Is the answer you should condemn it?
I think you should add to that maybe you put like on the second tweet you put the context.
You don't know the context, right? Like that doesn't change the fact that you were condemning it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it seems like the prescription, it's incoherent if it's yes, condemn, but don't condemn. Maybe it should be more tailored, like condemn and also do X, and that I would agree with, but that's not what he said.
Can we pull up like what Destiny said as well? Like, because I'm not sure if we have the same like.
Well, let's just go with your notion. Forget about Destiny. Like, what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that you should broadly say that violence is bad and shouldn't happen, and you should.
That's condemning.
Also, yes, okay. and not just leave it at that, but
agreed.
Give the rest.
But at the same time, like, in the I think different moments call for different kinds of calibration and context. Like immediately after, like if Joe Biden said there's it must end now, and never forget that Trump is the reason for this, he's opening himself up for
You don't have to
vulnerability.
say that.
Yeah, so like whenever you want to give context, you can, or attack the other side. That's fine, but like your opinion, right, seems to be that you do condemn.
Sure, and I don't know if that's what my strategy that I suggested, saying that violence is bad and giving the context. I don't know if that's what people mean when they ask you on Pierre's show to condemn. I think they want you to do it unequivocally. I think that's what they mean. I'm not condemning unequivocally. I'm saying that violence is bad, but it has a context, and you can't leave it unequivocally. And I think that's what they mean when they say disavow. And I think that's what Destiny is trying to push back against.
Okay. So what's your disagreement with Hutch? Does Hutch take the view that you should like not push back on lies and just leave it at condemn it and just be a cuck? I didn't understand that to be Hutch's position, but he's getting a lot of flack.
No, how can I say?
Like, what's the deal between you and Hutch in there? Like, you're saying, don't unequivocally condemn. I do unequivocally condemn, because I take equivocation to be like, where, so just to understand, my understanding of equivocation is like using two different meanings of a word, or like hiding meaning of a word, equivocation, right? But I'm not hiding the meaning of my words. When I unequivocally condemn, it means I condemn.
Maybe I'm using it wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm using it wrong. I mean, it shouldn't sound equivalent to, maybe I'm not using the word right, that it shouldn't be unconditional condemnation.
It should not be. I mean, it should not be. But that's what Biden and Obama did. It was an unconditional condemnation. It should be a conditional condemnation.
Conditional in terms. Contextual, uncontextual. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that the problem. I think the problem is the position. Like, what position makes sense of it? Like, yeah, the minute that we see political violence, we should condemn it. It's not conditional, because we don't like. We're not imposing a condition before we condemn it, and that would be a great cost to say to our politicians and our like influencers that they all collectively decide. Because, and by the way, if you want to speak about prisoner's dilemma, there's now a risk calculus amongst creators to renege and to be the person who gets the spoils. So just in terms of practicality, this shit's not going to work. You're not going to be able to enforce compliance of this conditionality or whatever. I mean, there's no central organizing group of leftists or liberal creators such to extract those kinds of conditions or to make some kind of deal. And so this is all fake anyway. Like this, there's no negotiation happening. And so I think the better solution is just to say your honest feelings and then go on offense, right? Like just say what you actually believe. Like you actually believe that it's bad and shouldn't have happened. That's a condemnation. It is unequivocal. Why is it unequivocal? Because you're not mincing words. You do actually mean it. It is unconditional. Why? Because you're issuing it without some kind of condition from the other side. Because to do otherwise seems like impossible to achieve. Like you're not going to be able to meaningfully extract concessions from like Laura Loomer and Donald. These are degenerate scumfucks, and also it's not to your advantage to do so. And also you're not going to be able to have perfect compliance or even close to perfect compliance within your, if you can't even get your politicians, right? And maybe there's a different rule for politicians versus influencers, and now the politicians are saying things different than the influencers, and they're going to be called to account and defend people who are giving unconditional, unequivocal economy. So it's just a mess. I don't know that, like, and we don't need it either. Like, we don't need it because we actually can just be honest and say, yeah, this was bad. It shouldn't have happened. And we can say it before we know the political ideologies of whatever, and then we can just throw whoever did it under the bus and be like, yeah, I don't know.
You gave me the Obama example. It put me on the spot to answer for it. Would you condemn Obama if he did my suggestion, set his paragraph and added the next paragraph? Political tensions have been ratcheted up since 2016. Donald Trump has contributed to this greatly, no matter the side of the aisle, etc., etc. Like maybe shorten it to be equivalent to the.
Depends on
paragraph.
when he said it. If he said it in the immediate aftermath, I think he's
immediate
stupid.
aftermath.
I think that's stupid.
Would you condemn him?
No, because it's true, but I think it's stupid.
Would you apologize for it if you went on Tim Pool and they said, "Do you apologize for Obama?" Or
I think it was. I would say it's not tasteful, but because I think it's true, I wouldn't condemn him for it for saying a true statement. I just think it's like it's.
Would you defend him on
taste.
Tim Pool if they asked you about it?
I would say I wouldn't have made that statement. I think it's a true statement. But the reason I don't think it's a smart statement to make is because you're just opening it's just a vulnerability, right? Even the fact that you would like just wait a day, just wait a day, and then they say whatever
Why do you
say.
think it's a vulnerability? Can it be a vulnerability and a strength at the same time?
I don't know. I'm not convinced. It's not my intuition that's a strength. I could be wrong about that. My intuition could be fucked or cucked or whatever you want to say it is. But it's not my intuition that you're opening yourself up many. Like it feels like now you're making yourself have to play defense. I'd rather play offense and just like wait for some information to come out and have your immediate response. But even this is like, I don't know. Like
but
this
you're always on the defense. You should always also be on the offense, saying this. That it is true. You want to speak the truth. You repeat this. It is the truth that Donald Trump is ratcheting up, and that violence on both sides is contributed because of this.
Right. Like, I'm not saying not to say that ever. I'm just saying like if in the immediate aftermath you're opening yourself up, like just because I think that we should say that. I'm not saying you shouldn't say that. I just want to be clear. I'm going to say it 2 more times. I'm not saying you shouldn't say that Trump is responsible for ratcheting up the tensions generally. I'm not saying you shouldn't say that Trump is responsible for ratcheting up the tensions anywhere. But other people are saying you shouldn't condemn. So I'm different. I'm just saying, like, in the specific example you provided of Obama saying that as the immediate aftermath, be like, we don't know anything about the shooter, but Trump is responsible since 2016. Like, it just sounds like you have social problems. And it's going to, like, all the story is going to be how about Obama immediately blamed Trump, like, right after, and they're going to be held to account in, like, this kind of fucked up way. And I don't know. I feel like he can play it better. And that's all I'm saying. But, like, maybe you have a different intuition. But
I think Obama coming out with a statement like that would carry its own weight and would wake up some people to the actual conditions that are happening. Like people expect like the milquetoast statements from him, but things are not milquetoast at the moment. Like things are crazy, and if you put the context of how crazy things are in their focus from someone who they don't expect this from, I think that carries its own strength.
Okay, well, I'll just say that at this point, though, we're not talking about the condemnation. We're talking about some additional statement. So you are saying that we should unequivocally, unconditionally not apologize, Freudian, condemn.
Yes, okay, but you cool. It should be it shouldn't be uncontextual.
Okay, I think context is necessary for everything. So yeah, I mean, yeah. I would have a problem with the specific example of the Obama tweet you mentioned because I think it would be fucking tasteless and stupid.
Well,
but I wouldn't
recraft the first
it.
Sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't condemn it. I would just be like, this is dumb for him to do because he's gonna get fucking trolled and fucking everything's gonna be about him then. And so yeah, I think it would be stupid, but I wouldn't condemn it.
I think you could get it would get him hate, but it would also like have its own positives that I think would outweigh it. And finally, I want to ask you, what do you think about if the Democrats get into power, or when they do, or on the local level as well? Right now, would you support something like doing well, I think you support like the redistricting in California, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And that's basically going in retaliation for the Texas thing, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Do you think this is a broader strategy that should be applied? Like MAGA does something unconstitutional or
no.
I'm
not gonna. We should not do illegal or unconstitutional things.
No. Well, the redistricting isn't illegal or unconstitutional.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I support it.
But I'm saying in response to their overreaches, should the Democrats do something that is within, is according to their principles, but is still equivalent in impact.
I would say only to the extent that they're either not illegal or unconstitutional, or not what I would think are existential norms that, even though they were violated, need to be rebuilt. So the ones that I've identified are not, like, for example, the court packing stuff. That I don't think is in the same category. But politicization of the DOJ, that's an example of something I would not be in favor of the next Democratic president doing the same thing that they're doing now in the DOJ with Republicans. I wouldn't be in favor of that. But I would be in favor of court reform. I would be in favor of getting rid of the nuclear option to appoint Democratic whatever, right? So, like, I would be in favor of nuking the filibuster. I would be in favor, like, so there are a bunch of stuff that I take not to be existential norms or illegal or unconstitutional that I would want to do in retaliation. But that's an example, at least, of one thing that, like, so I'm not going to ever support Democratic corruption, basically. But I would support things like redistricting, things like court reform, that kind of shit.
And would you support, like, purging, like, the administration from MAGA, like they did with liberals?
It depends on which positions. So there are some firings that I would think would be illegal viewpoint discrimination and would violate the Constitution, but so long as those principles are not, so, like, basically any political appointee where they don't have the same kind of protections and the First Amendment interests don't outweigh those, I would definitely be in favor of purging in that sense. We need to drain the swamp, and that's going to start with a lot of these appointees from Trump, and also that I think would mean that we should impose additional checks on our bureaucratic systems to make sure that we're complying with the law in our systems. But I wouldn't be in favor of deploying viewpoint discrimination for all employees, because I think that would be kind of a constitutional issue.
What do you think about the strategy that when MAGA wants to do something with government, they try it first with they make, like, a legal theory, and they apply the policy, and then they get sued in retaliation. But when Democrats want to do something with government, they, if they are afraid that it will break some norm or some policy or some law, they don't test it out. They just do either a weaker option or they just don't do the policy.
I don't know if there's a genuine belief that what's happening is legal. I guess I wouldn't necessarily condemn that, but if what I think is, like, it's obviously illegal, I would condemn it. There's some amount of room that you give an administration to try out its policies and see if there's if they're legal. But if things are blatantly illegal, I would condemn it. So I would encourage Biden and Democratic presidents to be creative and novel and try things that are, like, legal. But I wouldn't ever do that if something I thought to be blatantly unconstitutional or unlawful, like I thought closing the border was. So I thought Biden was being blatantly violating the law when he attempted to close the border in 2024, and so I condemned that. I thought that what he was doing was very, very legal in the student loan case, and I thought that he had a good basis to think it was legal, and so I didn't condemn that. But if he tried to do the exact same thing again, I would condemn it because it's illegal.
Is there like because there's, it seems to be.
Can you just get to what you're getting at, dude? Can you just get to what you're, like, what are you trying to get to? Just get me the central thing of what you're getting at.
The president seems to have, like, a lot of legal authority that Democrats are afraid of using, and Republicans aren't.
What are you getting at? Oh yes, they are willing to do authoritarian shit. What are you getting at? What's your point? You think Democrats should be stronger? I do too. I don't think they should do blatantly illegal stuff. There's going to be some edge cases where I'm not sure, like, is this too close to being blatantly illegal or unconstitutional? Do I think that you should take a risk here or there? There's going to be some edge cases, but in general, I think the Democrats should have, use the authorities within their power to get the shit they want accomplished. So they should just not, break the law to do so. That's all I'm saying. And some cases are going to be easy. Some will be hard. I don't know. But I'm not in favor of them doing something blatantly illegal and just trying new things to see if it works.
Okay.
You know?
Sure.
Right.
Sorry if I.
No, sorry. I just like
made you mad.
No, I'm just like asking like what is the central thrust of where you're getting at? It seems like you're asking questions to get around a central thrust, which is essentially like Democrats need to be stronger. I agree with that. But there are still lines, right? There's still lines like, okay, condemn fucking political violence because it's useful to do. And it's also true. Other lines are like, use your authorities that you have to help people. And I think there are some cases in which Biden didn't do that. He should have done that. But don't cross the line of illegality or violating some what I think are like more sacred norms.
I think they're just putting lines that aren't where they should be, or they're putting lines before the actual line, if that makes sense.
Can you give an example of that?
Well, I don't know if maybe this will, like, do you think Garland should have started investigation sooner?
A few months sooner, but people overestimate the degree to which he delayed that. But if he had started it like a few months sooner, I wouldn't have condemned that. I defend Garland on other grounds, which are, but like, again, I don't blame Garland for what occurred with the prosecution. I think that there was some delay, but it wasn't years delay. It was like a few months delay, in my opinion.
Would it have been crossing the line, metaphorical line, if he did it after they went into office?
If they did it after, you have to help with the pronouns, Ben.
If Garland started investigating Trump when 2021.
So he went into office in like March or May. Let me just make sure I understand. Merrick Garland.
Basically, first day on the job, whatever that was.
So he came into office in March of 2021. Would it have violated norms for him to investigate Trump? No. I think that there was a few months delay for sure, but again, it wasn't like 2 years. People would be like, because they count in time to when the special counsel was announced, as that's when the investigation started, but that's just not true. That's just when Trump decided to run again, and that's when but the investigation was ongoing before that. So it's not the case that they delayed like 2 years to start their investigation. It's some months, arguably, but like in the aftermath of January 6th, the first priority was to go after people who like did the violence that day, and that was I think that they probably should have more quickly gotten to the fake elector plot for sure. But that's a delay of a few months, in my opinion. It's not a delay of this 2-year thing. And I think it's like, even though I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, I think it's like a reasonable decision to prioritize one of several reasonable decisions, because you don't know where these investigations are going to go, right? Because you don't necessarily know that Trump wasn't involved with the Proud Boys either. And so it's kind of like looking backwards in time saying, oh, we knew we should have done this investigatory path instead of the other. Well, you don't know what would have come up. And so it's easy to have a Monday morning quarterback and say that, but what I find is a lot of these people they disagree with the result, and they do the timeline wrong. And so but there's a couple months delay, but I don't even necessarily put that on Merrick Garland. I put that more on like the people who are the DC U.S. Attorney's Office, that kind of shit. And I don't think it was this huge like negligence that people say.
I don't know if it is a problem if they do it concurrently, like the investigations. But on one hand, on the other, also, I think there is also a big negative that happened, that they announced this when he decided to run again, or announced it. It seemed like if they were trying to avoid like the bad optics, it backfired tremendously that the investigation started immediately after.
It didn't start. I just told you it didn't start immediately after.
The appointment of the counsel. Sorry.
Okay, so should she not have appointed a special counsel after the former president who is being investigated by his opponent in the election? Are you saying that they shouldn't have appointed special counsel?
They should have appointed it in March of 2021.
Why? Why should they appoint a special counsel in March? Because there's no. Why do you think the special counsel's there?
Isn't he part of the investigation?
He's there because of insulate the Department of Justice from accusations of bias. And the need for that insulation isn't present if the political ambitions of Trump to run again against his opponent, and if that's not present. And so there's no need for a special counsel before Trump announces his run for president. Then the concern of the appearance of a conflict of interest is a lot more grave, hence the appointment of a special counsel. But in general, we don't appoint special counsels.
Is it a problem to appoint a special counsel if there is not immediate political conflict between the president and the investigative
Yeah,
person?
I think that's bullshit. I think that we're appointing the attorney general to enforce the law, and in general, they should be the ones enforcing the law. We don't need special counsels for every single fucking investigation. They're for the moments in which there's an apparent or an actual conflict of interest. That's why we want a special counsel.
You're roboting a bit for me, but I think the conflict of interest was evident even back then. So we probably will disagree on this. So
you think they should have appointed? But why? What you wouldn't want Merrick Garland to run the investigation?
Sorry, you're roboting a lot.
Okay. All right.
If you want, you can. Yeah.
We can talk about this later. Hey, much love. All right.
Yeah. Sorry about.
You're good. You're good.
If it was.
Sometimes I get pissed. It's not your fault. Much love.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
All right, we'll bring in Serial. That might have to be the last caller. We'll see. Yo, what up? What up? What up?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How's your stream? Are you live?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I was just watching you.
Yeah, what's up?
Based on the last conversation, I don't know if you actually want to have this conversation. You can skip me. I was going to bring it back to same, like Charlie Kirk. What should
go for it.
people on the left say? Shit.
Well, that's what we were talking about. So,
I also just want to say I have no smoke with you. Okay, this is not meant to rage bait you.
It's okay.
So please don't get mad.
I'm not mad.
Okay. So I was watching you have that conversation with Kid Not Kin the other night. And I think there is some unfinished business there. In real life, I'm probably closer to your stance, but I don't think that you guys fully got at the heart of what his argument actually was. And I mean, I'll be honest, as he was giving the argument, I found it extremely difficult to follow and to understand what he was trying to say. But once it clicked, it really clicked, and it kind of has been haunting me. And so I wanted to see what say you, basically.
Yeah. So let's get the version of his argument from probably a better communicator than Kid.
Okay, so I'm going to start with what I think the thesis of the argument actually is first, which is when we use temperate and conciliatory language, we make it comparatively more dangerous for those on our side who won't use similar diplomatic language, because by comparison, they seem unreasonable. So unreasonable that the right, when they discuss it, they use moralistic terms that paints these people out to be creatures incapable of moral reflection. And that is what actually lays the groundwork for the kinds of overreach that you are afraid of, right? You cast these people as not even human because they are not capable of moral engagement with you. And for that reason, it becomes permissible in our minds to think that we can just strip them of their moral standing. Does that make sense?
So what I'm hearing, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is by having widespread diplomatic, I think is the word you use, condemnation of a shooter, it's making leftists look unhinged by contrast or something, and making it more dangerous for them?
Correct. The second, well, I mean, maybe we start with, do you agree that it makes it more dangerous for them, or no?
No.
Okay. Can you elaborate?
I'm going to say I'm not convinced by that. Well, I don't. That is to say, I don't know if it does or doesn't. I don't know why it would.
So the idea is that, so he uses this term that's like manufactured consent. I think maybe another way of putting it is that it creates the illusion of ethical consensus. So if everyone seems to agree that it should be obvious that you universally condemn something like this, then it makes the people who are not quite there yet and not willing to say that seem as if they're completely missing the point and that they're incapable of moral reflection, unlike the rest of us.
I agree it makes it seem like that, but maybe it just is that way because it is. And how does that make their lives more dangerous is my question. So 2 parts to the question right there. So the first is like, yeah, I'm sure having widespread agreement that murder of a political opponent is wrong would make the people who don't agree with that look crazier, but that might just be because they are crazier. And then number 2 is like, okay, they look crazier. How does that put them in danger?
Okay, I'll start with 2 because that's probably the more concrete one.
Okay.
It puts them in more danger, and also the danger trickles down to the rest of us because it creates this illusion that these people cannot be reasoned with. All we can do is silence them to prevent them from having any kinds of harmful impacts on us. And that becomes weaponized as a justification for stripping away rights. To get to number 1, so this is where it gets convoluted, and I think the argument that he starts the stream with is supposed to address point 1, which is about like emotion and virtue signaling. So broadly speaking, there are 2 types of people making statements. 1 would be political figures, and 2 would be private citizens. And I'll lump like influencers under public figures. Both those categories of people have role awareness because that is a human thing to have. As sentient beings, we're aware on some level, whether or not we want to be, of how we may be perceived, right? So in the status quo, it may very well be the case that both of those groups of people are just speaking their honest feelings. The problem is that the level of thought that is put into it is different, right? So if I'm a private citizen and I just tweet out some kind of statement of, like, I didn't know this guy personally, honestly, it seems like he kind of is a victim of his own advocacy. As a result, the video is gross, but I don't care some kind of way. That very well may just be that person's reflexive response, right? And his argument is kind of like, there's no way to necessarily attach some kind of truth value to that because it just is. It's not right, it's not wrong, it just is. Comparatively, public figures, because they know they're public figures, will write out these carefully crafted statements that are meant to sort of preempt any ways in which their words could be twisted. Now, the problem becomes when we treat private citizens with more blame than they may actually deserve. Because the reality is that, like, private citizens, they may have some kind of reasonable expectation that others will see their statement, but I don't think they have that kind of awareness of just how far the misinterpretations can run. Because the reality is, it's like, I think his point was kind of like, 1, when people put these kinds of statements out there, it may be that there is a clear emotional charge to it, but that emotional stance is not tightly held, right? It's kind of a loose commitment and just what they immediately felt. And then secondarily, their feelings on the topic may be much more complex, and all we're getting is what is the feeling that dominates maybe 60% of their total emotional feelings on the subject. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so let me sort of address some things I'm hearing. So the first is that people are being treated on an even playing field as between public figures who are more careful or deliberate about their statements as opposed to private citizens who maybe aren't as schooled or like a little bit more naive or Bambi-ish in their statements and maybe are just trying things out. And so it might be unfair to them that they're being kind of treated as though they were public figures. And when you have this kind of active, intentional group effort to call these people out, now everyone is being held up to this very high standard, including private individuals, and they might be fucked over, even if they never kind of intended the most malicious, version of what they said. That's one part I'm hearing, right?
Yes.
I'm also hearing that, like, therefore, it's putting these people at risk, or everyone at risk, because it'll be easier to, I guess, use that contrast to in some way. In some way, that contrast will make it easy, like more dangerous for the rest of us. I have some objections, but I just want like the first is I think it possibly proves too much, and I'll give you an example. Like that would justify not condemning 9/11. You know, not condemning.
Can you
Yeah.
explain more on that?
Yeah. So like, well, you know, if we condemn as Democrats 9/11, then all we're going to do is make it more dangerous for like the radical private citizen who maybe, you know, they have a good political point to make about American expansionism or American imperialism gone wrong and misadventures in the Middle East. And so like, why should we condemn? If we have our moderates condemn 9/11, it's just going to make it more dangerous for the kind of radicals or the private citizens. And so I'm curious what, like, if there is a heinous action, where does this end? I mean, no matter how heinous, we can't condemn it, or is it just when it's? And then another thing I would like to re-raise, and then I'll address it. And there's another thing as well, but is the temporality problem, which is a lot of the times these condemnations happen in uncertainty, times of uncertainty, and people want statements, and it's probably politically prudent to have statements before all the facts are known at a base level condemning the violence. And so there's the problem of, does it prove too much in the sense of no matter how heinous, do we have to like worry ourselves about the radicals? Well, and there's also the predicate problem of like, can you even prove it's more dangerous for the radicals given the liberals' positioning? Number 3, the temporality problem, which is like, well, they want to release statements right away. And then 4 is a coordination problem, which is we're just never going to get Obama and Biden not to condemn this violence. And so it's futile to think that we're going to like be able to enforce this kind of posture of not condemning, because there are people who very strongly, viscerally, and even including us, like I condemn it. It sucks. And to try to prevent someone from being truthful is it's just like fighting against the tide. So those are 4 problems. I'm going to repeat them all so I understand it. So the first is just proving that it's going to make things more dangerous for the radicals. I don't think that that's been made yet. Just because there's a contrast doesn't mean that it's more dangerous. So one is the proving problem. The second is a problem of temporality. The third is a problem of coordination. And then finally, one of, does it prove too much? Are we really not meant to condemn anything, no matter how heinous, because of the potential effects on radicals? Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. So I think first, as to whether or not it actually makes things more dangerous, I would say if there is uncertainty, we err on the side of caution and try to minimize the potential of actual harm happening by taking them at their word. And I think you had a stream recently about how the right is behaving hypocritically by engaging in cancel culture. So those are direct ways in which private citizens are actually being targeted, right? Whether or not it escalates to them being killed, that remains to be seen. But certainly we can say that there are individuals being targeted by others and having their private information leaked to the public.
Sorry to
with
interrupt.
Some kind of implication that they deserve punishment.
Sorry to interrupt, but I would say like, yeah, they are doing that, but they would do that regardless of whether my intuition, and you tell me, is that if more people were being sneaky about it, they'd be more willing to cancel. They'd be doing it more, right? Like I don't know. I agree that they're doing this cancellation and people's lives and livelihoods are at risk for sure. My question is like, why would it be made better if liberals refrain from condemning it? My intuition is it would be made worse, but maybe you have a different intuition. You understand?
I would say that it depends on what your characterization of the right actually is. So like we can think of it as like people on the right who probably, regardless of what we say, they will always have a narrative that is set, right? So neither your arguments nor mine are going to really change their perceptions, and they'll just do what they want anyway. So then the question just becomes, how does this impact people on our side and also people in the middle? And so I think for people who are on our side, the concern is that you are essentially hanging those people out to dry. In terms of the impact on the middle, it's that when you use universal language, this may get misinterpreted as some kind of unconditional argument. And that kind of unconditional argument gets used as proof, whether or not you intend it to be by the right, that we agree with the overarching narrative. Like I agree that it's really, the disagreement is pretty small because it's functionally a question of how do you thread the needle of saying you disavow political violence, yet simultaneously that we should keep in mind that the other side is probably more responsible than we are, and that the large improvements that we wish to see cannot be accomplished unilaterally, right? How do you essentially give the apology that's like, I'm sorry, but
what's the apology, though?
Blah, blah, blah.
I know you're just using the word apology, but like, I don't know why the left should apologize for this at all, liberals included. I think that there's a conflation here between apologizing and condemning. Like, I condemn things that I'm not responsible for. Like, I condemn 9/11. I'm not responsible for 9/11. I condemn, January 6th. I'm not responsible for 9/11. And so, like, I don't know that there's this. Why should it? People shouldn't feel like it's an apology. Just condemn it. Like, I don't know. Like, and I understand this. Maybe it's impossible to prove that it's your intuition that, look, we're hanging them out to dry, these individuals. But I just don't see why. Like I feel like my point is, like, the right is going to go after the most unhinged takes, private or public figure, no matter what. And if anything, like, the fact that we have massive, almost universal condemnation for major left-wing figures on this shooter is, like, better protects the left than having a kind of equivocal stance. Or by equivocal here, I don't mean that both sides are equivalent. I'm using the actual definition of equivocal to the chat, because sometimes people don't misunderstand those words. If you have an unclear stance, and in that ambiguity, it feels as though the right is going to be able to apply it to more people, and to be more like the fact that we have such a strong amount of people condemning the violence and saying it's gross feels like it's some form of protection or shield, as opposed to everyone kind of just being like, who can say if it's bad?
Sure. So I mean, I think it seems like you and I agree that the right will weaponize whatever they can get their hands on. So it's not really about impact to them. It's really a question of how can you engage with the conversation for people who may not be aware that this is just another chapter in the book, and how can you show a willingness to agree on what moral norms are good without necessarily being so, like, giving so many concessions that it just becomes the presumption that you agree to their rewriting of history. And I think you kind of started roping in your thing about the coordination problem, right? Of, like, Obama and, like, Biden, they're always going to say the politically appropriate thing. So what are we really supposed to do? I think this would be one of those ways in which, because we have that awareness of what they will behave like due to their own role awareness, maybe part of our responsibility is to move where the balance is by giving statements that are not so conciliatory, because we have that luxury, right? We don't face as much like political blowback as they might. We have kind of like less to lose, and so maybe we should be aware of our role. And then I think really there's a way in which we're sort of dancing around the question of, like, the doctrine of double effect. That is, whether or not it's permissible to cause a moral harm as a side effect of promoting a good end. So, like, if a harm is unintended but foreseen, do we still have some kind of moral responsibility for it? And I think Kidnotkin's argument was, yes, that you do. And ultimately the disagreement really comes, like, there's various ways in which you can kind of measure whether or not it passes this doctrine, but one of the considerations is the proportionality in terms of the graveness of the reason to permit the evil side effect, right? So it may just be that his understanding of just how bad the situation is slightly different than yours, in which case, proportionally speaking, he thinks like that changes what his risk appetite is and what side effects he thinks are permissible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that we have perhaps we have a different conception of the potential harm or potential, and that's informing our outcome here. But I just that could be the case. I think that there's quite a big risk, and I think that risk is made worse if people say things that are unhinged and what I take to be untrue and wrong, right? Like, I also don't know that it's bad to try to encourage people not to be celebrating the death of others, like, right? Like, or sorry, the murder, the killing, assassination of other people. Like, I think there should be a social stigma against that, right? Do you agree or not?
Yeah, there should. I think maybe his point is just how can we give statements that, like, maybe it's like it's important that we don't just give them what they want, that we try to move the narrative closer in the direction of what they think the arc of history has been. Right? Because I think the concern is that when we say, oh my God, political violence is always wrong, you know, how terrible, that just becomes more proof in their minds where they're like, you see, even they agree, right, that it's so wrong. And yet somehow they always keep doing it. Isn't that fucked up? And so it's more so like, did you see what Elizabeth Warren kind of said on the issue?
She was like, Trump, like blame Trump or something. What did she say?
Yeah. So she's like, so she says she essentially like does both. And maybe that's what the prescriptive here is, that she condemns the act by saying it's horrific. And like, you know, political violence has no place in our country. It's never okay. And then when the reporter asks her about like the calls for lowering the temperature in political rhetoric, she refuses to give ground there. She says, well, how about you start with the president of the United States?
No, that's great. But I just think consistent with the prescription, right? Like, I agree with that. Like, Warren is base as fuck. I have no problem with her saying that. I have no problem with Destiny saying, like, tell the president to fucking shut up, and or tell the president to either, you know, tone down the rhetoric or whatever he was saying. Like, that's all great. But it's just inconsistent. Like, I think that there's a lot of agreement that we should fight back strongly. We should defend the First Amendment rights of people who are celebrating the death, even if we don't agree with them. That we should prevent this kind of industrial cancel culture to the extent possible. But that's not inconsistent with saying, but you should still condemn. And you should still condemn. Like, Elizabeth Warren did the right thing, saying this is horrific. Shouldn't happen. But tone down our rhetoric, please. Why don't you start with the president? Like, that's all fine. But that's just acknowledging that she did the right rhetoric, but she did condemn. That's what I'm not understanding. Is like, people don't want to say there's like a mental hang up in saying the words I condemn this or I disavow this, even though they think it's bad and shouldn't have happened, or think it's horrific. And I do. And I think even Steven said that when he was doing this thing. And I think that even like, I don't know, would Kid say that it was horrific that it happened, that it was wrong that he was killed? I think that's one of the issues, is that you have a lot of people who are happy that he's dead, happy that he was killed. And if that's the case, why should we like at all be thinking about them over us in terms of weighing the risk here? And I'm just not convinced, A, that we're even increasing their risks by having that contrast, B, that there shouldn't be some social stigma attached to them, or C, that we're all made more at risk by just saying something that's true. And if all we're going to say is like, say something that's true, that is condemned, say it's evil, say it's bad, say it's horrific, and then move on and, point out the hypocrisy and double standard and violent rhetoric on the other side, that's all fine. But it's just compatible with the notion of condemning it, as opposed to staying silent and waiting for a reporter to fucking ask you, and then you look like a jackass because you don't condemn, or you're like, I'm not going to condemn until everyone does on the other side. And like that, then the coordination problem becomes bad. And that now you look like an asshole because as an individual, you're going to stand out as compared to Joe Biden, as compared to everyone who has a massive incentive to do this. And so, like I said, it's like fighting against the ocean. Like, people are going to say what they think the truth is. The truth is most Americans condemn this kind of shit. And putting any kind of condition saying you can't say what is true or you shouldn't say what is true, that is just never going, like, I'm sorry, people will not obey that. And that's where the coordination problem really comes in, is like expecting or wanting or expressing dissatisfaction when people, influencers, don't say what's true.
Sure. So I think if you're talking about Dusty's appearance on the Piers Morgan show,
yeah,
I think maybe he executed the strategy in reverse order, or maybe like he executed it poorly, but perhaps the prescriptive that I would push for is that we should not make any statements without attaching some kind of reference to history. So even in the case of Elizabeth Warren, she attached the second piece specifically after the reporter asked her. The point is maybe that we may do better in making sure that any kind of disavowal we give also includes a reminder that this is actually another chapter in the book of history, and that, you know, it's not just the standalone kind of thing, right? It's a concern that because people have recency bias, if it seems like we agree, we kind of, people will be so dumb that they will presume we agree with the entire narrative, which is functionally become, you can't reason with the left, right? Even reasonable, like center left people agree with us. And so, like, what is there left to do with people who are incapable of reason? Does that make sense? So it's just like, whatever impulse like you may have or I may have to give what is our true, genuine belief that political violence is never okay, maybe we should take a step back and we say it's never okay. And simultaneously, as much as, you know, they don't want to hear it, and as much as, you know, you look like you're giving a shitty apology, it is still worth remembering that it's not a problem coming from one side only.
Yeah, I
Does that make sense?
I wouldn't have a problem with the prescription where, like, remind them of the relevant context vis-a-vis political violence in this country. And I think that's great. I think that's wonderful. Yes. But also, I think, be honest about your disgust at what occurred, because what does it hurt? I mean, what does it hurt? I mean, it hurts the I think we're looping a little bit, but like, I'm not convinced that it hurts the radicals. I'm not convinced that they won't be like, if all the Democrats all of a sudden in one voice said, like, yeah, this was based, I'm not so sure that, like, we'd have a better result vis-a-vis government intrusion and authoritarianism than we do now. And again, and that would be kind of like against my moral prescription of just actually thinking this is wrong and thinking that there ought to be a, like, when someone says to you, like, I'm happy Kirk was assassinated, I'm going to be honest, like, what do you think of that person, Serial? If you were walking with someone, you have a friend, and like, you know what? I was happy that they shot him. Be honest. What's your take? Like, you have a friend like that.
I mean, so I personally disagree. I will say, I think when we use terms like happy or sad, we're doing a disservice to the narrative, because that doesn't fully account for the complexity of emotions, right? So it may be more accurate to say that that person was a bit smug, right? Had some schadenfreude. But that's not quite the same as being super gleeful
that's true.
that a father of 2 daughters was shot and that we all watched the snuff film, you know? And that's the other fear, that when we allow kind of the right to, I guess his term was like scapegoat these people, you do let them run with this narrative of like, oh yeah, these people totally are dancing on their graves.
Some are literally doing that, though.
Shot them, they would have stood in line to each shooter.
The thing is, like, I agree, they run the gamut. Some people are just quoting Kirk and they're getting fucking fired and shit. Some people are basically describing the kind of complex emotion that you're saying, which is like, you know, do I really think he should be killed? No. Am I upset? Not really. Like, do I have a little bit of a fucking whatever? Like, there's a range of emotion here. But some people are literally just like fucking rip bozo, spit it, like, you know, at the people who are at the memorial or whatever and doing the fucking unhinged shit. And it seems like, I don't know, going after us, the people who, like, I think are ethically in the right, instead of them, is bizarre. Like, wouldn't we rather go after the people who are behaving in an unsocial and unethical manner as opposed to the people who are behaving in advocating for the correct thing? That to me just seems wild. But again, that's not an argument. Seems wild isn't an argument.
I mean, I think when it comes to people like that, there's a question for me of how blameworthy they are versus how culpable they are. So, you know, I'm not saying we shouldn't hold them accountable, but to his point, I think his argument is just when public figures die, public figures that we didn't really feel any kind of way about before their death, we may have some kind of reaction, but it may be a very loosely held reaction. And oftentimes we feel that way because we think we ought to, right? Like, we think this is something one ought to be sad about, and that's how we become sad. For some people, it genuinely may not be like reflexive, you know, I saw him get shot and I cried tears, you know, while I was watching the video on the toilet, right?
They just don't feel that way.
Yeah. And it's like, there's no right or wrong. That is just the way they are. And to take it a step further, you know, it probably is the case that a lot of these people have death grip, right? From just seeing a lot of gore online,
Mm.
and they can't feel. But it's a question of how blameworthy they are for admitting that they can't feel any kind of way.
Yeah, I
Does
guess
that make sense? Especially if they feel like Charlie Kirk is responsible for encouraging some kind of general, general trend in politics that has caused them personal direct harm. It's kind of like something bad happens to your enemy, and you're like, that sucks for his family, maybe, but me personally, like, it's really hard. Like, I understand how one should care, but I personally don't care.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, if Trump died of like heart disease, I wouldn't care. Like that wouldn't. I wouldn't be like, oh, that's horrible that he died of heart disease. Like, I wouldn't feel that way. If Trump were killed, I would feel bad because of the act of how one would die is implicated in how I feel about it. And, you know, just the death, the natural death of individuals, you know, that happens every day. And at this point, we're kind of inured to it. And that's kind of what you're referencing with, like, certain people might be inured to either political violence or the gruesome, like, literal images and depictions of death in violent ways, perhaps. So I can understand people being like, oh, like, I don't give a shit if some evil person, some fascist person is dead. I might even like sympathize and be like, yeah, I don't really care that he's dead. But here, I think that there's a, to the extent that it's like I don't really believe in libertarian free will or any kind of like choosing your feelings. And so when I blame someone for something, it's not really because they chose it in some sense. It's because they did something or thought something that I don't believe you're just as much not in control of the thought process that would, I don't know, rationalize your way into being sad about Kirk's death as you are in control of your visceral reaction to his death. I feel like both systems are completely, you know, out of the processes are totally opaque to me. And so in the sense of free will, or like, do you choose your beliefs? No, you don't choose your beliefs, but you don't also choose the fact that you have a tendency to rationalize things in one way versus the other. That's all I'm going to say. And just in response, I think that there's a middle ground that we can meet at, which is don't be a cuck. Don't be an absolute loser who just takes responsibility for something that you probably don't have any responsibility for, and don't like throw rights under the bus. Don't like throw people who don't deserve to be thrown under the bus. But like, I don't know why that translates into don't condemn assassination. And I don't see anyone who's being effective on this messaging riding this line. And I think, to be honest, I understand the anger. I understand the hypocrisy, whatever. I don't think that the Pier's appearance was like a good look. I don't think that he looked good. He looked kind of unhinged, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And again, in real life, my stance is much closer to yours. I honestly think of this as a situation where there's no room for offense for us. There's only room for defense. So really, we should just be playing optimal defense and trying to get through this, because this is not really a situation that we can win on, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think the reason why this is like Kid Not Kid's argument has been rattling around in my brain is because I do think, for me personally, I allowed just how sad I felt about it to become a reason for me to not push back strong enough, because I was trying to create some kind of emotional allowance of like, oh, you know, it's a hard time for them right now. It's understandable that they would be emotional and be using slightly more inflammatory rhetoric. And I think it's just like, maybe be aware of ways in which your genuine empathy can be weaponized against you. Like, don't let them get away with too much, because if you blink, they may just run away with the narrative.
If that's the prescription, I'm on board. The way you said it, I think that makes sense. I don't think it's what Kid was saying. I don't, but I do think that to me is much more palatable, which is under the cover of one's emotions, under the cover of, I don't know, respectability politics or of consensus politics or whatever you want to say. the right can implement something totally fucked up and outrageous, and be aware of that. Be vigilant, constant vigilance. That to me makes a lot of sense. That I can comprehend. I have to leave in a second to go to a lunch, but I want to give you the last word, and let's keep the conversation going. This is actually really fun.
Yeah, this was a great conversation. Have fun at lunch.
All right. Thank you so much, Serial, and we'll talk soon, okay?
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, folks, sorry for everyone in the call. I do have to go to lunch, and then I might be back. I might be back late. It was? What does this mean, Aaron? What does this mean? I might be back later tonight, but also maybe not. But I'll try. New video up. I need to admonish you guys. Follow me on TikTok. Pisco Liddy. Pisco Liddy on TikTok. It's funny when you do this. It's funny when you like my shit. It's like a little joke that you play. It's a little thing. It's a little game. And so if you follow me on TikTok, all your dreams will come true. If you follow me on Instagram, all your dreams will come true. It's at Pisco Liddy. And so why haven't you done it? I also put an Andrew Wilson video up, which was great. I'm going to send you guys to a very special person. And those people are the Radical Coder. And I understand that they're doing the Unfuck America as well. So, you know, if you'd like to, you can watch that as well. But that said, I love you guys very much. Drop a follow, drop a like, engage. The support has been amazing. My heart goes out to you. And yeah, stay cool. Bye. Oh, wait. I got to send you off on Twitch as well. On Twitch as well. Oh, wait, no one's online that I like. One sec. No one's online that I like. Is anyone online that I like? I don't know. You know what it means.